Chapter 1. The Thorin of Eldor. In the waning years of the Middle Ages, a figure raced across the desolate expanse of Siberia's frozen tundra. Eldor, as he was once known among the secretive covens of the night, stumbled through the harsh, icy winds. His long black coat flapped wildly behind him, the frayed edges whipped by the merciless gusts. His breaths formed fleeting clouds of vapor in the freezing air, as the pale fingers of dawn crept over the horizon. Eldor's heart, though seldom stirred by fear, pounded with the terror of the approaching light. Sunlight was anathema to his kind, a fatal embrace he could not survive. Behind him, the distant shouts of a relentless mob echoed over the ice. They were hunters, merciless and singular in their purpose to purge the land of his ancient curse. "Let them take me," he murmured, his voice a mere wisp of defeat against the howling wind. Hunger gnawed at him, an insatiable, torturous hunger that had driven him to desperation and now to potential doom. With each labored step, the light crept closer, a silent hunter greater than any wielding torch or pitchfork. Eldor's eyes, once a vibrant emerald, now dulled with exhaustion and hunger, scanned the bleak landscape for refuge. There was none, only ice, endless and unforgiving. In his peripheral vision, a dark opening caught his attention, a hidden ice pool, a potential tomb or sanctuary from the biting rays of the sun. As the first rays of sunlight singed the edges of his cloak, Eldor slipped into the ice pool. The cold was immediate and brutal, seizing his limbs, encasing him in a crystalline prison. As the ice closed over him, the world above faded into a muffled silence, the cries of the mob dimming and then disappearing. Eldor was alone, suspended in time. Centuries passed in darkness. When the thaw came, it was subtle at first. The ice around Eldor wept, droplets of water tracing paths through the thawing frost, and then, with a suddenness that startled even the ancient creature, he was free. The ice surrendered, its captive to a world utterly transformed. Eldor emerged into a landscape still dominated by ice, but the silence he had known for ages was gone, replaced by a low, constant moaning. The sun, hidden behind a heavy veil of grey clouds, provided little warmth but enough light to reveal a chilling sight. Hordes of undead, zombies, roamed the tundra, their bodies decayed, their movements jerky and uncoordinated. They were everywhere, a sea of rotting flesh, yet they paid him no heed. Walking among them, Eldor felt an eerie sense of invisibility. These creatures, driven by a primal hunger not unlike his own, seemed unaware of his presence. His own hunger, however, grew more acute with each passing moment. Where could he find the living in this dead world? Was there any warmth of blood left on this frozen, forsaken earth? He wandered, driven by the ancient instinct to survive, his eyes always searching the horizon. Then, atop a desolate ridge, Eldor stopped. He looked out over the vast, icy landscape, the undead drifting like shadows below. His mind, sharp as ever, raced with plans and possibilities. How would he feed? How could he continue to exist in this new, nightmarish reality? As the chapter closes, Eldur stands alone, a dark figure against the grey expanse, his fate as uncertain as the dying light that struggles to pierce the gloomy sky. The hunger within him is a burning fire, and the world stretches out, bleak and unyielding, before him. Chapter 2. A faint whisper of life. Eldur wandered through the vast ice-bound wasteland, each step a testament to his growing desperation. The landscape stretched endlessly before him, barren and devoid of any living soul, filled only with the staggering hordes of decaying undead. Amid the bleakness, a thought crept into his ancient, cunning mind. "Do we share the curse of undeath?" he murmured to himself, his voice barely audible over the howling wind. It was a notion that haunted the fringes of his thoughts, growing louder with each passing moment. Perhaps there was more, a hidden thread linking their damned existences. Driven by this new curiosity and the unbearable pangs of hunger tearing at his soul, Eldur approached a half-frozen, half-decayed zombie that shuffled aimlessly through the snow. He attempted to communicate, speaking the ancient tongue of the night, but the creature acted as though Eldur were no more than a wisp of air, a ghost in this ghostly world. His hunger mounting to an overwhelming crescendo, Eldur, in a burst of anger and despair, shifted into his shadow form. As a dark mist, he swept through the zombie. Instantly, the undead creature collapsed into a heap, lifeless once more, and truly dead. Surprised, and not a little alarmed by his own destructive power, Eldur paused to consider what had just occurred. This ability to end undeath, what did it signify? The gnawing hunger made it difficult to concentrate, but Eldur focused his energies once more, not to destroy, but to connect. Using his shadow form, he enveloped another wandering corpse, this time gently, trying to forge a link rather than sever it. The corpse slowly turned to face him, its milky eyes meeting his. Encouraged, Eldur whispered, "Food." Collapsing onto the cold ground, weakened by hunger and exertion, Eldur looked up as the undead creature pointed towards a distant place, its arm jerking awkwardly towards the horizon. The gesture was vague, but unmistakable. Eldur's heart, though it no longer beat, surged with a flicker of hope. Was he now able to communicate with these lost souls? With great effort, Eldur rose to his feet, his body aching and his mind weary. He began to walk in the direction indicated by the undead creature, each step fueled by the dual forces of desperation and the faintest whisper of possibility. Could this pointed direction lead him to a remnant of life, a haven in this desolate, post-apocalyptic tundra? The possibility pushed him forward, a dark figure moving through a sea of decay, clinging to the thin thread of hope that somewhere in this forsaken world, life persisted. In the frozen wilderness, a small, ramshackle outpost stood as a beacon of life amid the desolation. Inside, a handful of survivors went about their daily grind, checking the undead crowding against the outer walls, shoring up their defenses, and reinforcing barricades worn by constant assault. Among them, two men, John and Marcus, conversed wearily over their routine tasks. "There's thousands of them out there," John noted, a hint of fear in his voice. "But so far, they haven't figured out how to breach our walls. Let's just hope they don't all start thinking and rush us at once." Marcus scoffed. "They're just a walking mass of rotting flesh and no brains." Suddenly, a guard on watchtower duty shouted, drawing the attention of the outpost residents. "Hey, there's someone out there, and the undead aren't attacking him." Curious and cautious, the survivors gathered to peer out over the icy expanse. There, staggering towards their sanctuary, was Eldur. Despite the biting cold and his evident exhaustion, the undead seemed to ignore him, part in ways as he approached. "How is that possible?" one survivor whispered in disbelief. "Should we help him?" another pondered aloud. "No way we're going out there," a third retorted. Despite their reservations, Eldor's slow, determined crawl to the outpost's secure doorway intrigued and unnerved them. As he finally collapsed just outside their gates, the undead inexplicably backed away, leaving a clear space around him. "Bring him in, but be ready for anything," the leader decided. Quickly, the outpost crew swung open the doors and dragged Eldor inside. They stood around him, weapons drawn, guns and makeshift arms pointed at the enigmatic figure lying on their floor. Eldor, feeling the warmth of life around him, felt his ancient, predatory instincts surge. The hunger, momentarily forgotten, now screamed within him for release. One of the crew leaned in, concern etched on his face. "You okay, man?" In the blink of an eye, Eldor was upon him, fangs sunk deep into the man's neck, drawing lifeblood in deep, greedy gulps. As the crew scrambled to pull him off, the freshly consumed blood renewed Eldor's strength and power. He transformed into shadow, gliding eerily through each member of the crew. One by one, they collapsed to the floor, lifeless. Having gorged himself on their essence, Eldor stood and roared, his strength fully returned. He strode to the gates and threw them open. The undead, previously held at bay, began to flood into the outpost. With his power restored, Eldor turned to a nearby corpse. "More," he commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Several undead turned their heads, pointing in a unified direction across the icy wastes. Climbing higher within the camp, Eldor focused his shadow form and amplified his command. "More!" Every undead within miles stopped in its tracks and pointed in a single direction. Eldor smiled, his plan taking shape. "Move!" he bellowed. The undead began to march, a vast, unthinking army under his command, heading towards an unknown destination that promised even more discoveries. Days after the fall of the small outpost, inside the heavily fortified walls of Fort Haven, concern was growing among the survivors. The sprawling survivor camp had become a beacon of human resilience amid the zombie apocalypse. Here, humanity still clung to hope, sustained by a robust infrastructure that rivaled small towns from the world before. "Have we heard from the outpost?" Samantha, the camp's logistics officer, inquired during their routine security briefing. "No, nothing for a couple of days," replied Captain Harris, the leader of their security team. His face was lined with worry, reflecting the gravity of losing contact with any part of their network. "We'll have to send someone out there," he concluded grimly. Fort Haven was a marvel of post-apocalyptic survival. Encircled by massive walls topped with electrified fencing, the camp was virtually impregnable to the undead hordes that roamed outside. Within these walls, life thrived with a vibrancy that seemed at odds with the outside world. The community sustained itself through a variety of ingenious methods. The heart of Fort Haven's sustainability lay in its agricultural practices. Rooftop gardens and carefully managed indoor farms produced a variety of fruits and vegetables, ensuring a steady supply of food. Livestock was kept in secured barns, and every scrap of organic waste was turned into compost to fertilize the crops. Power was another critical component of their self-sufficiency. A combination of solar panels, wind turbines, and backup generators ensured that Fort Haven had a continuous supply of electricity. This power not only kept the lights on and the electric fences hot, but also powered the water purification systems that made rainwater and recycled water safe for consumption. In terms of defense, Fort Haven was equally prepared. The walls were patrolled by guards equipped with rifles and crossbows, supplemented by CCTV cameras and motion sensors that triggered alarms at the slightest hint of an undead breach. Every resident received basic combat training, and regular drills kept their skills sharp. The community was a mix of individuals from all walks of life who had banded together in the face of apocalypse. Among them was Dr. Emily Jiang, a biologist who managed the farming operations and worked on biofuel alternatives. Then there was Leo, a mechanical engineer who kept the generators running and improvised many of the camp's technological adaptations. As the meeting continued, the decision was made to send a reconnaissance team to investigate the silence from the outpost. The team would include Marco, a former park ranger known for his survival skills, and Jenna, a communications specialist who could potentially re-establish contact with the outpost. Their mission was critical. The loss of the outpost wasn't just a strategic blow, it was a potential sign of evolving threats in a world where the balance between life and undeath was perpetually precarious. Fort Haven wasn't just surviving, it was a testament to human ingenuity and resilience, a community determined to reclaim a future from the clutches of apocalypse. Marco and Jenna, equipped with survival gear and ample provisions, revved up an old snowmobile that had been modified to run on biofuel. The vehicle, a relic of pre-apocalypse days, burst out of Fort Haven's secure gates. Ready to brave the icy wilderness, they sped across the barren landscape, navigating skillfully around the sparsely distributed undead that roamed aimlessly in the cold. The snowmobile's engine growled beneath them, a reassuring sound against the eerie silence of the frozen wasteland. After an hour of travel, Marco slowed the vehicle to a cautious crawl. Ahead, the terrain opened up into a wide plain, and his sharp eyes caught a disturbing sight. "Look there," he said, pointing out to Jenna. In the distance, a massive wall of undead advanced, thousands upon thousands, all moving in a unified, ominous march. The sheer number was staggering, a living sea of decay and death, each step vibrating through the frozen ground. "We need to turn back. We cannot get through them," Marco declared, the urgency in his voice mirroring the grave situation unfolding before them. Jenna nodded in agreement, her eyes wide with the realization of the impending danger. They quickly spun the snowmobile around and sped back toward the safety of Fort Haven. The sight of the advancing horde, a relentless army driven by some unseen force, sent a chill deeper than the icy wind that whipped around them. At the heart of this macabre procession was Eldur, his figure almost imperceptible among the sea of decaying bodies. His connection to the undead strengthened with each passing moment, his ancient mind constantly calculating the reasons behind this newfound control. Like the undead horde, he was driven by a singular, overwhelming desire to feed. Unbeknownst to the survivors at Fort Haven, Eldur was not just a survivor of a bygone era, he was a harbinger of a darker future, weaving his will into the fabric of the undead's mindless wanderings. As Marco and Jenna raced back to warn their community, the true scale of the threat they faced began to dawn on them. Eldur's march was not random, it was purposeful, and Fort Haven lay directly in its path. As Marco and Jenna raced through the gates of Fort Haven, their arrival was met with immediate concern. The gates clanged shut behind them, the sound echoing ominously through the compound. Captain Harris approached quickly, his expression questioning. "Why are you back so soon? What happened out there?" Marco, catching his breath, relayed their alarming discovery. "There's a massive horde coming this way, and it's like nothing we've seen before. They seemed organized, almost strategic in their movements. Thousands of them, all marching in the same direction. Here." The leader, Commander Lewis, furrowed his brow, a mix of skepticism and worry in his voice. "Organized? How is that possible? They're mindless." "We don't know, but we saw it with our own eyes," Jenna added, her voice firm despite her visible anxiety. Commander Lewis turned to Captain Harris. "Do you think the fort can withstand such an assault?" Under normal circumstances, Harris would have been confident in their defences, but the report shook him. Yes, the walls will hold against a typical siege, but if they're truly organised, climbing over each other, our electrified defences might burn out under the strain. We need to prepare for the worst. At that moment, another team member, Sylvia, spoke up. "I heard about another camp, far inland, that managed to defeat the undead with ease. I'm not sure how they did it, though." "That might be worth looking into," Commander Lewis mused, his mind racing with possibilities. "But right now, we need to focus on fortifying our defences. We have just over a day before they arrive." The community sprang into action, bolstering their defences with a renewed urgency. Extra supplies were brought up to the walls, additional electrified fencing was set up, and every able-bodied person was enlisted to help reinforce the barricades. Watchtowers were manned around the clock, with sharpshooters ready to take down any undead that came too close. In the war room, the leaders and security teams pored over maps and surveillance footage, planning their tactics. Harris and his team rehearsed various scenarios, calculating the best responses to a range of possible undead behaviours. The atmosphere in Fort Haven grew tense as the hours ticked down. Each member of the community knew the gravity of the situation. They were not just fighting for their lives, but for the very existence of one of the last bastions of humanity in a world overrun by darkness. As the sun set, casting long shadows over the fortified camp, all eyes were on the horizon, watching, waiting for the impending storm of undead that threatened to engulf them. The tension at Fort Haven reached its peak as the lookout shouted from atop the wall, his voice strained with urgency. "I see them. There are thousands." Captain Harris quickly grabbed his binoculars, scanning the horizon. What he saw made his heart sink. "My God," he muttered, disbelief and fear mingling in his eyes. "The walls won't hold. There are too many of them." "We may need to evacuate," he announced grimly to the others who had gathered around him. As the wall of undead moved ever closer, the camp's leaders hastily organized evacuation plans, while every able-bodied person readied themselves for the wave of death and decay that was bearing down on them. But just as the horde came within range, something unexpected happened. It stopped. The occupants of Fort Haven watched in astonishment as the mass of undead bodies parted, creating a path through the middle like a sea making way for its commander. A solitary figure appeared from the opening. It was Eldor, the ancient vampire. They had yet to meet, but whose presence they had already felt. He walked calmly towards the front of Fort Haven, stopping just short of the range of their weapons. Then, with an eerie casualness, he waved and called out, "Hello? Want to talk it over?" Captain Harris, bewildered and cautious, spoke from a watchtower above the entrance. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Eldor's response chilled the air further. "Oh, not much. Just your blood. I could have my friends overrun your nice little camp here, or you can give it to me willingly. Just send out 10 warm-blooded specimens for me, and I'll tell them to go away." "You know we can't do that. We won't sacrifice our people to you," Harris responded firmly, his voice echoing across the silent standoff. Eldor laughed, a cold, menacing sound that seemed to mock their resolve. "Good," he said with a smirk. He turned to walk back to the undead horde when a guard on the wall, overcome by fear and defiance, fired at him. Eldor immediately shifted into shadow, evading the bullet with supernatural ease. He turned back, his form coalescing from the darkness, and spoke with a venomous tone. "Your time will come. You hunted me and caused me years of suffering. I can't wait to return the favor." With that ominous threat, Elder emerged back into the sea of undead, which closed behind him like dark waters, swallowing the last glimmer of light. The people of Fort Haven were left to ponder their grim options, the silence of the moment heavy with the weight of impending doom. As the undead resumed their relentless march toward Fort Haven, the anxiety among the survivors peaked. Captain Harris, observing the advancing horde, spoke urgently. "He's controlling them somehow." Commander Lewis, trying to grasp the situation, questioned, "Who is this person?" "No idea, sir, but he looks old," replied Captain Harris, his eyes fixed on the approaching threat. As the wall of death drew closer, Captain Harris made a decisive call. "Open fire," he commanded. The air filled with the sound of gunfire as bullets tore through the decaying bodies. Rotting corpses fell to the ground, but it was like firing into an endless wave. Their numbers were too vast for any attack to make a significant impact. It wasn't long before the undead reached the walls. Desperate, they began to climb over each other, forming grisly towers of decay. As they hit the electrified fences, sheer number overwhelmed the system, causing it to burn out quickly. From his vantage point, Eldor watched with a perverse anticipation, licking his lips as he awaited his next feast. Soon, the undead were climbing over the walls, unstoppable in their advance. They grabbed one of the fort's guards, and instead of attacking him directly, they dragged him from one undead to another, passing him along like a macabre conveyor belt of decay, until he was delivered to Eldur. Eldur smiled cruelly, and in a flash, he was upon the guard, draining him of life and gaining more strength. One by one, other guards were dragged to Eldur by the undead, each being passed from decaying hand to decaying hand until they reached their grim fate. Eldur drank and gorged himself on their lifeblood. Realizing the hopelessness of their situation, Captain Harris made a grim decision. "We're doomed. Retreat," he ordered. The remaining occupants of Fort Haven quickly followed their evacuation plan, fleeing through the back exits and secret passages designed for just such a nightmare scenario. Eldur, having fed on 9 of the guards, stood amidst the chaos, sinister satisfaction in his gaze. "Ah, I asked for 10. 1 short," he remarked casually. He then melted into the shadows and whisked himself to the gate, opening it wider to allow the flood of undead to pour into what was now his domain. "Think I'll stay here for a while. I quite like the place." "Fort Eldur," he declared, renaming the conquered fort with a tone of dark triumph. As the last of the human resistance disappeared into the icy wilderness, Eldur settled into his new stronghold, surrounded by the undead, a ruler of a desolate kingdom of decay. The survivors of Fort Haven trudged wearily through the frozen landscape, the biting wind cutting through their thick clothes. The march from the fallen camp was solemn, each step heavy with loss and despair. They had lost their stronghold and many friends in the assault. Now they headed towards a distant outpost, days away, their path marked by the necessity of cutting through stray undead that loomed in their way. Back in the fort now claimed as his domain, Eldur had fashioned a makeshift throne room from remnants found within the walls. He sat regally on a chair draped with colourful curtains he had discovered, his grin malevolent. "Chase me in the ice," he mused aloud, a reference to the relentless pursuit he had once endured. Rising from his throne, Eldur moved to an overlook of his newly named Fort Eldur. He shouted to the undead masses below, "Where is life?" In unison, The hordes pointed in a single direction, and his smile widened, his dark plans unfurling before him. Meanwhile, among the weary column of human survivors, Captain Harris sought more information from Sylvia about a potential haven. "Tell me more about this camp that defeated the undead," he urged, hoping for a shred of hope amid their bleak predicament. Sylvia glanced at him, her expression mixed with hesitation and faint hope. "Well, it's mostly a rumor I picked up during my travels," she began cautiously. "There's a camp that had vampires to protect it from the undead, but it's said that the vampires eventually defected, choosing to work with the undead. Somehow, they managed to destroy every undead within miles in seconds. But remember, it's only something I heard." Captain Harris nodded, processing this information. The idea that vampires could be both a threat and a potential ally was perplexing, yet it hinted at possibilities they had not considered. Could there be a way to use such power to their advantage? Or was it merely another peril in a world already brimming with dangers? As they continued their march, the survivors clung to each piece of hope, discussing strategies and potential allies in hushed tones. The journey was harsh, and the cold unrelenting, but the human spirit, resilient in the face of such adversities, spurred them onward. In the distance, the vague outline of what could be salvation or another battle loomed, a reminder of the ever-present struggle for survival in a world turned nightmarish. Days of relentless marching through the harsh, frozen landscape finally brought the survivors of Fort Haven to a small outpost. Exhausted but relieved to find shelter, the group was met with a mixture of welcome and wariness. The outpost, built for just a handful of people, now faced the daunting task of supporting the newcomers. The leader of the refugees, Captain Harris, explained their dire situation to the head of the outpost, detailing the fall of Fort Haven and the terrifying power of Elder, who now controlled hordes of undead. "We need a longer-term solution," Captain Harris concluded, the weariness evident in his voice. The outpost leader nodded in agreement, his brow furrowed with concern. "There is another camp," the outpost leader began, "miles from here, where they've reportedly found a way to eliminate the undead threat. After a huge battle, they managed to kill every undead for miles in mere moments." Captain Harris's interest piqued. "We could use this technology," he mused aloud, the possibility igniting a spark of hope among the weary survivors. Meanwhile, back at Fort Elder, Elder stood commanding his vast undead army with a chilling calm. His control over the undead had grown stronger with each passing day, his powers reaching further as he commanded more and more of the walking dead. With a simple command, "Move," the undead began their relentless march towards the outpost, driven by Elder's will. Bolstered with fresh kills from their recent conquests, Elder's powers were at their peak, and the undead horde swelled, gathering more walking corpses as it advanced. The small outpost, now a refuge for the entire inhabitants of Fort Haven, braced for an overwhelming siege. The survivors quickly set about fortifying their new home, utilizing every resource and tool at their disposal. They knew the stakes: survive Elder's onslaught or perish. As the undead horde drew nearer, the tension within the outpost reached a fever pitch. Captain Harris and the outpost leader coordinated their defenses, rallying everyone to prepare for the battle that could determine their fate. Will the survivors find the rumored technology in time to stop Elder's march of the dead? Will they be able to hold off the undead army long enough to escape to the distant camp? These questions hang in the air as the scene is set for a desperate struggle for survival. Stay tuned for the continuation in Crimson Dawn Series 2, where the fate of the survivors and the battle against the undead will unfold in new, thrilling chapters. The light in the darkness. The night air was chilly as Marco and Lydia sped along the desolate road, their newly found car's headlights cutting through the darkness. They had been driving in silence, each lost in their thoughts about the journey ahead. Marco's eyes were focused on the road, but Lydia's were scanning the horizon. It was she who first spotted the flickering light in the distance. "Look, a fire," she pointed out, her voice breaking the silence. Marco slowed the car, squinting into the darkness. "Could be a camp. Should we check it out?" he asked, uncertainty clear in his voice. Lydia nodded. "We need to find more supplies, and maybe some answers. Let's be cautious, though." They turned off the main road, following the light, which grew brighter as they approached. As they neared, they could make out the shapes of makeshift buildings, silhouetted against the firelight. A small community, seemingly thriving amidst the chaos. Parking the car just outside the illuminated area, Marco and Lydia approached on foot. As they entered the camp, they were met with warm smiles and welcoming hands. A tall, robust man stepped forward, his presence commanding yet friendly. "Welcome, travelers. I'm Abraham, and this is our sanctuary." He greeted them with a wide smile. Beside him, a woman with strikingly kind eyes introduced herself as Miriam. "You must be tired and hungry. Come join us by the fire." The community was indeed overly welcoming. People introduced themselves, eager to share food and stories. As Marco and Lydia sat by the fire, they were offered bowls of stew and fresh bread, rarities in these harsh times. Despite the warmth of the welcome, Lydia couldn't shake a feeling of unease. She whispered to Marco, "Everyone seems too happy here, don't you think?" Marco nodded, his instincts also on high alert. "Let's stay alert. Something feels off." As night deepened, the community members began to retire to their shelters, and the fire dwindled down to embers. Seizing the opportunity, Marco and Lydia excused themselves, feigning tiredness. Instead of heading to the guest hut they were shown, they circled back through the shadows to investigate the camp further. Using the darkness as cover, they explored beyond the central area where the celebrations had taken place. Behind a row of tightly built huts, they discovered something chilling, a small, concealed cage area. Lydia's hand flew to her mouth to stifle a gasp when she saw the cages were not empty, but held humans, men and women who looked frightened and malnourished. They crouched in the shadows, watching as a guard walked past, oblivious to their presence. Lydia's eyes met one of the caged individuals, a young woman whose silent plea was evident in her wide, terrified eyes. Marco turned to Lydia, his voice low and urgent. "We need to find out what's happening here. This isn't just a sanctuary, it's something far darker." As they retreated to plan their next move, the weight of their discovery pressed heavily upon them. The night at the camp had just begun, and with it, the unfolding of grim secrets that would challenge their very notions of humanity and survival. Chapter 2. Traps and Traitors. As Marco and Lydia attempted to quietly slip back to their hut, they were suddenly confronted by Abraham and a group of villagers. The air was thick with tension, and the warmth they had earlier felt from these people had evaporated into cold hostility. "We welcomed you in as our guests, and this is how you repay us, by sneaking around our village." Abraham's voice boomed in the silence of the night, his tone laced with accusation and betrayal. "Seize them," he commanded. Marco and Lydia tried to resist, their instincts kicking in, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the numbers against them. The villagers' friendly facades were gone, replaced by menacing glares. "Looks like a feast is in order, and we have the main dish," Abraham declared grimly, confirming Marco and Lydia's worst fears. These weren't just villagers, but a cult of cannibals. Meanwhile, far from the perilous situation unfolding in the cult village, Serana lay in wait for a scouting party from the outpost. The party consisted of Derek, Nina, and the Wolfpack member, Freya. The trio, having formed a close bond from previous missions, ventured into a small abandoned town to check for materials that could help build defenses at the outpost. They entered an old hardware store, their spirits high as they joked with each other, unaware of the danger lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, Serana emerged, her appearance as silent as it was deadly. Wasting no time, Freya transformed into her werewolf form, ready to protect her human companions. "This time will be different. None of you will leave," Serana taunted, her smile chilling. Derek and Nina quickly positioned themselves behind Freya, ready for a fight. As Freya lunged at Serana, a silver glint flashed through the air. A sharp yelp pierced the air as Freya fell to the floor. Wincing in pain from a silver weapon, a deadly tool against Lycans. "Oh no, your little lapdog got hurt?" Serana mocked. She then began to stab at Freya's werewolf form relentlessly until it stopped moving. Horrified, Derek and Nina tried to run, but Serana was quicker. She caught Derek, drinking greedily from him. Nina, desperate and terrified, burst out of the door and saw the sun beginning to rise. Racing to the sunlight, she just made it into its saving grace. Serana, stopped by the threshold of light, stood in the shadows with a terrifying grimace on her face. "Next time then," she hissed before disappearing into the shadows. Back in the cult village, Marco and Lydia were dragged towards a grim fate, their minds racing for any possible escape. They had walked into a trap, and now they needed all their cunning and strength to survive this nightmarish turn of events. Chapter 3: Flames of Escape. Marco and Lydia were roughly thrown into a dark, makeshift cage, the sound of the metal door clanging shut, echoing ominously in the chilly air. Inside, they found themselves not alone. A third figure sat huddled in the corner, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resignation. She introduced herself as Rachel. "I came here with 2 friends, thinking we'd found a safe haven," she whispered, her voice hollow. "They were killed, eaten by these cult members. I was next." Lydia's expression hardened with determination. "We need to get out of here," she stated firmly. Rachel shook her head despondently. "There's no way out. We tried, but failed. There are too many of them to fight." Marco, who had been examining their surroundings, nodded in agreement. "We need a distraction," he murmured thoughtfully. "Look there, your backpack, Marco," Lydia suddenly exclaimed, pointing to a pile of belongings the cult had carelessly thrown near their cage. They didn't see any weapons in there, so they left it. "There's a flare in there." Quickly formulating a plan, they managed to coax a younger, more naive cult member who was passing by to get closer, under the pretense of needing water. With a swift, coordinated effort, they grabbed him, pulling him against the cage bars and snatching the keys hanging from his belt. Using the keys, they unlocked the cage and retrieved Marco's backpack. With the flare gun in hand, Marco aimed carefully and fired it into the trees surrounding the camp. The bright red light arced through the sky, bursting in a loud sizzle that lit up the night. The sudden illumination startled everyone in the camp and, more crucially, attracted every undead in the vicinity towards the light and noise. As the camp erupted into chaos, with cult members scrambling to defend against the incoming wave of undead, Marco, Lydia and Rachel made their way to the hut, where their gear and the car keys had been confiscated. They easily overpowered the 2 guards distracted by the chaos outside, and grabbed their weapons and other belongings. Not wasting a moment, they raced past cult members who were now desperately fighting off the undead. Returning to the cages, Marco, Lydia, and Rachel quickly freed the remaining captives. "Take these," Lydia said, handing out weapons to the newly freed prisoners. Head for the woods and keep going. Don't look back." As the former captives scattered into the night, Marco, Lydia and Rachel sprinted to the garage. They uncovered the car, the same one they had arrived in, just as a large wave of undead slammed into the camp. The screams of the cult members filled the air. Marco fired up the engine, and with one last look at the chaos they were leaving behind, they sped off into the night. Behind them, the camp was overrun. The fire from the flare casting eerie shadows as the undead claimed the place that had once been a sanctuary of horror. Chapter 4. Onward to Uncertainty. As the car sped away from the chaos of the cultist camp, Marco, Lydia and Rachel found themselves aligned in a common purpose. The night was dark and the road ahead uncertain, yet the shared experience of narrow escape forged a quick bond among them. Marco focused on the road, but his mind was on the mission, to find the rumoured camp with vampire guards, and hopefully a weapon to destroy the undead for good. Breaking the silence, Marco glanced at Rachel in the rearview mirror. "So, where were you coming from before all this happened?" he asked, seeking to understand more about their new companion's past, and perhaps glean information that might aid their journey. Rachel sighed, her voice tinged with exhaustion and the weight of memories. "Months ago, we got separated from our stronghold, Fort Haven. It was devastated by a Lycan attack. The whole camp was thrown into chaos," she explained, her eyes distant with the recollection. "We travelled for what seemed like forever, until we stumbled upon that cult." The camp leader of Fort Haven, Captain Knox, broke off with a few members. I'm sure they escaped. We managed to get away too, but lost the others and travelled so long just to get captured by those maniacs. Rachel's tone was bitter as she recounted the harrowing ordeal. She paused, then added, "There was talk of weapons that may help our cause against the werewolves and the undead, but that's all I know." Lydia, who had been listening intently, nodded. Any information could be crucial. Knowing there are other survivors out there gives us a bit more hope. Maybe they found something useful, or perhaps they've made it to the camp we're looking for. The trio continued their journey, driven by the urgency of their mission and the hope of finding allies. As the first light of dawn began to break over the horizon, it painted the sky with streaks of pink and orange, a temporary relief from the dark they had endured. Marco adjusted his grip on the steering wheel, setting his jaw determinedly. "We'll find this camp," he stated firmly, "and we'll find a way to stop these threats once and for all." The car pushed forward, cutting through the early morning mist, its occupants bound together by a shared goal and the unspoken fears of what lay ahead. The road was long, and the answers they sought were shrouded in uncertainty. But with each mile, they moved closer to potential salvation, or deeper into peril. Chapter 5. The Siege of Fort Elder. Nina, breathless and visibly shaken, delivered the grave news to Captain Harris and Lucan at the outpost. "Derek is gone, and so is Freya. If not for the sun, I would also have been killed," she reported, her voice heavy with grief and fear. "The vampire woman had a knife, shiny, like silver," Nina explained, the memory causing her to shudder. "Silver," Lucan interjected, a dark tone to his voice. "Yes," confirmed Nina. "It shined like silver." "Silver is deadly to us," Lucan stated gravely, a grimace of pain and anger crossing his features. "A single cut with a silver blade is fatal, but that witch will pay for what she has taken from us." In that moment, Lucan transformed into his Lycan form, a massive and formidable beast. He let out a deep, primal howl, resonating with the pain of his loss and calling to his kind. Within moments, the rest of the wolf pack arrived, gathering at the outpost. No words were spoken, but the primal message conveyed their shared loss and intensified their ferocity. Just as the wolf pack was about to depart for Fort Elder, Captain Harris threw some leather straps on the ground. "Wrap these around your arms. We were taught to wrap clothing when dealing with knife attacks. This leather will protect your arms," he instructed, his voice urgent. Lucan gave a snarl of acknowledgement, and several Lycans used the leather. However, Lucan himself refused to use it, driven by a deep need for vengeance that overshadowed caution. They jumped the walls and raced towards Fort Elder, fury blazing in their eyes. Encountering small groups of undead along the way, they dispatched them quickly, their minds set on their primary target. As they arrived at the fort, they were stunned to see it surrounded by a massive horde of undead, all shambling around the fort in a vast, protective circle. There were too many to kill, even in their state of enraged determination. Lucan issued a primal command, and all 9 Lycans formed a small triangle formation, beginning to drive a wedge through the circle. Claw and Fang dispatched the undead as they advanced. When they neared the walls, they easily climbed up and over. Inside the fort, they saw a group of undead, each armed with makeshift spears that shone in the remnants of the day's sun. These undead seemed different, somehow more intelligent, and the tips of their spears were coated with silver. A fierce battle ensued as the Lycans descended upon these undead guards. While the undead were clumsy and slow, the danger posed by the silver spears was a significant threat. The undead swung and prodded their spears at the attacking Lycans. Despite several close calls, the Lycans eventually overcame and destroyed the undead guards, their primal fury and agility turning the tide. Then applause echoed from the shadows as Elder and Serana appeared, the night now fully upon them. "I thought you would be stronger, but then again, I suppose you are just mongrels and not true Lycan," Elder taunted. As the pack turned to confront Elder and Serana, the gates opened and a wave of undead stormed into the center. A trap. An endless wave of undead began to attack the wolf pack. In the chaos, Elder suddenly appeared from the shadows next to a wolf pack member, slashing with a silver blade that luckily hit the leather on the werewolf's arm. Elder quickly vanished back into the shadows. Lucan, fighting off the undead, felt the sudden appearance of Serana next to him. Her silver blade connected with his back, and a whelp of pain escaped him as he collapsed. Sarah, seeing this, growled a command, and the others quickly formed a defensive circle around Lucan. One of the Lycans hoisted Lucan onto his back as they traversed the inner fort to climb up and escape. Their agility gave them a definitive advantage as they fled. Elder and Serana laughed as the wolf pack turned on its heels and ran, their tails metaphorically between their legs. "Their tail between their legs," Elder shouted mockingly, watching as his enemies retreated into the night, wounded but still alive. Chapter 6. A dire situation. In the quiet of the outpost's makeshift infirmary, the wolf pack carefully laid Lucan down on a bed. His breathing was laboured, each inhale a struggle due to the grievous wound inflicted by Serana's silver blade. The outpost's medic, a grizzled man named Dr. Jensen, tried diligently to heal the wound, but his efforts were in vain. Silver, lethal to Lycans, ensured the wound would not heal by ordinary means. Sarah sat by Lucan's side, her expression a mixture of worry and determination. She held Lucan's hand, whispering urgently, "Lucan, we need you." But he was oblivious to her pleas, lost in a feverish struggle against the pain. Captain Harris, standing at the doorway with a look of concern, asked Dr. Jensen, "How can we help him?" "You can't," the medic replied somberly. "He'll either make it or he won't. It depends on his will. This isn't a normal wound. If he is strong, if his will is powerful enough, he will survive. If not, we'll lose our pack leader." The gravity of the situation hung heavy in the air, casting a shadow over the outpost as everyone awaited Lucan's fate. Meanwhile, back at Fort Elder, Elder and Serana celebrated their recent victory with cold satisfaction. Flea-bitten mutts, Elder mused disdainfully. Their laughter echoed through the halls of the fort, a stark contrast to the somber mood at the outpost. "We are beyond them," Serana added confidently. "As the undead grow in ability, we will soon be able to assault their pathetic little camp and finish them off." In the courtyard of Fort Elder, a group of undead wielded makeshift weapons, actively practicing their fighting skills under the watchful eyes of Elder's lieutenants. The scene was gruesome, yet impressive, as these creatures, typically mindless, now executed the combat drills with a rudimentary level of precision. The power of Elder's shadow connection, growing with each passing day, delved deeper into the dark art of necromancy, enhancing his control over the undead. This newfound ability not only fortified Fort Eldor's defenses, but also promised a dire threat to any who dared oppose Elder. As his undead minions practiced, Elder watched from a balcony, his mind teeming with strategies and his heart void of mercy. The thought of crushing the outpost once and for all brought a cruel smile to his lips. Back at the outpost, the night grew deeper and the tension thicker. Sarah, refusing to leave Lucan's side, continued her vigil. The rest of the wolf pack, along with the humans of the outpost, prepared for the worst, but hoped for a miracle. The battle lines were drawn, and in the hearts of those at the outpost, the resolve to fight hardened, fueled by the potential loss of their leader and the looming threat of Elder's next move. Chapter 7. Unexpected Encounters. The reliable hum of the Honda's engine sputtered into silence as Marco grimaced and turned the ignition key in vain. "We're out of fuel," he announced with a mixture of frustration and resignation. They let the car roll forward on the momentum it had left, until inertia finally brought them to a gentle halt along the dusty roadside. Stepping out of the car, Nina patted the hood affectionately. "You did good, little girl," she said, referring to the car, "but we've got to walk from here." Walking through the desolate landscape under the harsh sun, the trio pushed forward. Their muscles ached and their throats were parched, but they kept their spirits up with light banter and the shared goal of survival. As the day wore on, their pace slowed, weighed down by fatigue and the relentless heat. "Look there," Rachel pointed towards an old shed just off the road. "Maybe small, but it looks secure." Grateful for any shelter, they made their way to the shed. It was indeed small and cramped, but it provided a much-needed respite from the elements. Inside, they arranged their minimal gear and settled down for the night, each lost in their thoughts, but comforted by the company of allies. The morning greeted them with the light of a worry-free dawn, a rare luxury in their grueling journey. "Wow, a night without worry," Nina exclaimed as she stretched her limbs, refreshed by a night's rest free from attacks. "Let's get going. We need to find food and water," Marco said, always focused on the task at hand. They resumed their trek, hopeful and alert. After a few hours, they stumbled upon an old, abandoned house. "Looks clear," Marco noted cautiously as they approached. Two undead shambled around the outside, a reminder of the world's harsh reality. "Let's take 'em," Nina declared confidently. The trio quickly dispatched the two undead with efficient, silent coordination and climbed through a window to enter the house. Inside, the house seemed untouched by other survivors, an eerie time capsule of the life once lived there. As Nina explored the kitchen, her voice echoed with excitement. "Look here," she called out. In the kitchen, they found boxes of Spam luncheon meat piled in a corner. "This stuff never goes off," Rachel remarked with a grin, relief evident in her voice, as they sat down to enjoy a meal of spam, appreciating the simple pleasure of eating without fear. A noise from outside abruptly shattered their temporary peace. Marco's head snapped towards the window, signalling everyone to crouch and hide. Peering out cautiously, he saw a man approaching the house. The man wore a chrome mask that obscured his face, reflecting the sunlight in a blinding glare. As the man reached the door, he called out in a voice that resonated with authority and a chilling calmness. "It's okay. I know you're there, and you're only there because I allow it." The declaration hung in the air, thick with implications. Who was this masked man, and what did his ominous presence mean for Marco, Nina, and Rachel? As they huddled in silence, the weight of their vulnerability pressed heavily upon them, their brief respite interrupted by this new, mysterious threat. Chapter 8. A glimmer of hope. The atmosphere at the outpost was charged with anxious tension as everyone awaited news of Lucan's condition. Sarah, having spent countless hours by Lucan's side in the infirmary, finally emerged with her head bowed low, a somber expression on her face. Then, unexpectedly, she looked up with a smile as Lucan walked through the door behind her, though clearly still in pain and moving cautiously. He was alive and had pulled through the worst of his injuries. At this sight, the wolf pack transformed and let out a series of joyful howls, their sounds echoing across the outpost. The human members of the outpost erupted into cheers, relieved and rejuvenated by Lucan's recovery. Sometime later, in the command tent, Captain Harris, Samantha, Commander Lewis, along with Lucan and Sarah, convened to discuss the looming danger posed by Elder. They spoke gravely about how the undead were not only increasing in number, but also growing stronger and more coordinated, likely due to Elder's deepening necromantic powers. The deadly combination of Elder and Serana, with their mastery of shadow forms and use of silver weapons, made them an even more formidable threat. An assault on the fort would yield too many casualties, and to simply hold out and wait for the undead to get even stronger is madness. Commander Lewis pointed out, "We need a strategy to combat the growing power of the Elders and the undead," Captain Harris added, his voice laced with urgency. "What about Marco and Nina?" he then asked, clinging to the hope that their mission might yield some advantage. "We can't rely on a rumor," Commander Lewis countered pragmatically. "We need strong plans and a way to combat this rising danger." Lucan, still recovering, chimed in, "I am useless for the foreseeable future, but my wolf pack can help." His voice, though weak, carried a determined edge, his commitment to the cause unwavering despite his physical condition. As the meeting concluded, the members of the outpost felt a renewed sense of purpose, aware that the battle was far from over and that their resolve would be tested like never before. End of Part 3 of Crimson Dawn, Series 2. In the next installment, the mystery deepens. Who is the man in the chrome mask, and what are his intentions? Will the outpost manage to devise a strategy robust enough to combat Elder and his increasingly powerful undead army? And just how formidable can these enhanced undead become? Join us as the saga continues, where survival hangs by a thread and new alliances are forged in the face of overwhelming odds. Series 2, Part 2, The New Alliance. In the dwindling light of a cold evening, Captain Harris reviewed the fortifications of the outpost. His mind was heavy with the reports from the scouts that had come in earlier that day. Eldur and his undead army were on the move and would reach them within days. The atmosphere in the camp was tense, with every survivor bracing for the imminent attack. Plans for evacuation were hastily drawn up, with routes and contingencies discussed in quiet, urgent meetings. Time passed with anxious preparation, the shadow of Eldur's approaching horde looming over every action. It was during one of these fraught evenings that the unexpected happened. 10 strangers appeared at the gates of the outpost, their hands raised in peace. "We come in peace," one of them declared calmly. The guards, wary but curious, frisked them for weapons but found nothing. Allowed inside, the strangers were led to a makeshift council room where Captain Harris and other leaders of the outpost waited. "Who are you?" Captain Harris asked, his voice steady but filled with the fatigue of endless challenges. The leader of the strangers stepped forward, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a commanding presence. "My name is Lucan," he said. "We are a pack who lives in peace not far from here. We escaped many months ago from our pack leader, the Alpha. We did not agree with the Alpha's ways. At first, we were unable to resist the Alpha's will. Then, we were affected by some greenish substance that the others were feeding on. It changed others into hideous, grotesque abominations, but it simply changed our minds to resist the Alpha's primal commands. It also rendered us immune to the virus of the undead and gave us another ability." The leaders exchanged looks of skepticism and intrigue. "You speak of packs and alphas as if you were animals. What are you? And where is this alpha now?" asked one of the leaders, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. "We are Lycan, werewolves," Lucan replied calmly, "but with the ability to change at will. We are not subject to the moon or trapped in the beast's rage. We left the Alpha months ago and travelled many days to find a safe place where we could live in peace. But now the undead marching here threaten our peace. We feel we would have a better chance if we work together." The camp leaders were taken aback. The werewolves were all killed off with the virus, and they were savage, Captain Harris remarked, his tone mixed with doubt and hope. "But if what you say is true, can you prove it?" With a confident smile, Lucan stood. His body began to transform before their eyes. Muscles bulged, his stature grew, and fur sprang across his skin. In moments, where a man once stood, there now towered a huge, muscular werewolf. Despite the fearsome appearance, there was a clear sense of intelligence in his eyes, something that had indeed changed these feral werewolves to think as humans, even in their beastly form. The room fell silent, every survivor staring in a mixture of fear and awe. Here was a creature of legend, offering not only proof of his nature, but also an alliance. In a world torn apart by the undead, this new alliance could mean their survival, or it could be another dangerous gamble. The leaders had a crucial decision to make, with little time to make it. The icy winds howled across the frozen wasteland as the 10 Lycan raced to confront the undead horde advancing towards the outpost. Enhanced by the bioweapon used by their former Alpha, these Lycan possessed not only resistance to the undead virus, but the remarkable ability to change form at will and retain their cognitive functions even in their beast form. As they sped on all fours across the stark landscape, their powerful limbs propelling them with graceful ferocity, they were a majestic sight. Soon, the grim reality of their mission came into view. A vast, shuffling wall of decay. The undead moved en masse, an unstoppable tide of moaning figures that stretched as far as the eye could see. Lucan, the leader of the Lycan, glanced over at Sarah, his second in command, who was in her formidable Lycan form. A strange smile formed on his mouth, a mix of grim determination and a wild thrill at the challenge ahead. Then, without a word, he led the charge. The confrontation was brutal and swift. Despite their massive numbers, the undead were no match for the ferocity of the werewolves. Lucan and his pack tore through the horde with devastating efficiency. Their sharp claws and powerful jaws ripped through the rotting flesh of their foes, sending limbs and decayed bodies scattering across the snow. The undead, driven by a basic and mindless hunger, could not strategize or retreat. They pressed forward, only to be met with the Lycan's relentless assault. The werewolves moved as a coordinated unit, their years of pack hunting allowing them to anticipate each other's movements and create openings for devastating attacks. They slashed and tore through the horde, their growls and snarls a fearsome symphony amidst the groans of the undead. However, even their enhanced abilities had limits. After a significant time battling, fatigue began to take its toll on Lucan and his team. Realizing they could only thin the numbers and not stop the horde entirely, Lucan let out a piercing howl, the signal for retreat. Turning on their heels, the 10 Lycan sprinted back toward the safety of the outpost, their bodies heavy with exhaustion, but their spirits lifted by their small victory. As they reached the outpost, the guards quickly opened the gates, letting them in. They transformed back into their human forms, each one catching their breath, their chests heaving from exertion. Sarah immediately approached the leaders of the outpost, her expression serious. "We've managed to thin them out, but it's not enough. They'll be here in about 3 to 4 hours, she reported. "We need to rest if we're to be of any use in the coming fight." Captain Harris and Commander Lewis nodded in understanding. They began to prepare their remaining fighters, fortifying their positions and readying themselves for the imminent attack by the undead. The outpost braced for what might be their last stand, the air tense with the anticipation of battle. The partnership with the Lycan had given them a fleeting advantage, but the true test of their alliance was yet to come. The tension at the outpost was palpable as the guard on watch sounded the alarm. "They're here!" As the defenders looked over the wall, the shuffling wave of death and decay edged forward, a slow tsunami of undead threatening to engulf them. Lucan, Sarah, and the other members of the Lycan pack were poised for battle. Despite the brief rest, their eyes burned with a fierce determination to protect their newfound allies. Captain Harris lined up his men, knowing all too well that their ammunition was limited. "Make every bullet count," he ordered solemnly. Fighters, stationed at the walls, gripped their long, makeshift spears, ready to keep the undead at bay. Even with the Lycan's help, the odds seemed daunting. Captain Harris turned to Lucan, seeking a deeper connection in the heat of the impending battle. "What do we call you and your pack?" he asked. Lucan met his gaze, a grim resolve in his eyes. "Wolfpack," he responded simply. As the undead came within range, every armed guard began firing, each shot bringing down an undead. But soon, ammunition levels were critically low, and Harris had to make a tough call. "Cease fire! Save the remaining rounds for a last stand," he commanded. The guards were now to engage in close combat. At that critical moment, the Wolfpack leaped over the wall into the fray, a ferocious blur of fangs and claws. They decimated the front lines of the undead with ruthless efficiency. However, their physical prowess could only take them so far. Lucan signaled for retreat. The Lycans jumped back over the wall to safety, taking a moment to catch their breath. The undead had been significantly thinned out by the skirmish, yet a formidable number still pressed on, posing a severe threat to the outpost's defenses. The guards, resembling a phalanx from times long past, used their spears effectively, constantly attacking and repelling the encroaching undead. Just when it seemed the outpost might be overrun, a sudden change occurred. The undead halted their advance and then began to retreat, leaving a solitary figure in their wake. Eldur. He stood with a cold fury, assessing the resilience of the outpost. "I'll come in there and kill you myself. You are all helpless to my power," he threatened with a menacing tone. At that moment, Lucan stepped forward, transforming back into his powerful werewolf form. "Still want to play, little vampire man?" he taunted. Eldur stepped back, his expression one of shock and fear. The presence of lycans, natural enemies of vampires, posed a real threat he hadn't anticipated. "This isn't the end of this," Eldur shouted, his voice echoing with both threat and retreat as he stepped into the shadows and vanished. A cheer erupted from the outpost. They had survived the siege, and Eldur's retreat marked a significant victory. The defenders, both human and lycan, celebrated their survival, knowing well that the war was far from over, but for now, they could take solace in their hard-fought triumph. The atmosphere in the outpost was one of jubilant relief. The survivors celebrated their narrow escape from the undead siege. The air was filled with laughter and chatter, a rare sound that had been absent for too long. The members of the wolf pack, led by Lucan and Sarah, were heartily thanked and welcomed as heroes. Their bravery and strength had turned the tide, giving everyone at the outpost a new lease on life. As the celebration continued, Captain Harris and other leaders took a moment to speak privately with Lucan. They explained the fall of Fort Haven, detailing how the stronghold was overrun by Eldur and his undead army, a story of loss and desperation. Lucan listened intently, then shared his own tale. "There is a camp, many days' ride from here, where vampires protected the people by calling the undead," he began, his voice low. "Before I left, a major battle was brewing, one where the Alpha was set to try and take over the camp." Captain Harris leaned in, his interest piqued by the mention of vampires using their powers against the undead. Did they have some weapon that could stop the undead in their tracks, hundreds at a time? He asked urgently. Lucan shook his head. "I don't know. We left before the battle many months ago. We traveled for many days, running as fast as we could to escape the call of the Alpha. We settled here because the undead were no longer a threat to us. Until now." The possibility of such a weapon sparked a glimmer of hope among the outpost's leaders. "Could we contact this camp?" Captain Harris asked, thinking about the potential for an alliance or aid. Lucan's expression hardened, and his tone was resolute. "We will not go back there. We will not go near the Alpha," he stated firmly, the memories of their flight and the dangers they had escaped still vivid in his mind. The conversation left the leaders of the outpost in a quandary. The idea of a place with such potent defenses against the undead was tantalizing, yet the risks and the mysteries surrounding it were daunting. For now, they would need to rely on the strength of their new allies and the fortifications of their outpost. As the night drew on, the celebrations died down, and the reality of their situation settled in once more. They had survived another day, but the future was uncertain, and the threat of Eldur loomed large. The outpost would need to prepare, gather resources, and perhaps find other allies if they were to withstand another attack from the cunning vampire and his undead legion. Eldur, brooding on his makeshift throne within the dark confines of Fort Eldur, grimaced at the thought of his recent defeat. "Damn werewolves," he muttered under his breath, his voice dripping with disdain. "What purpose have they ever served? Just nasty feral beasts, running around and howling at the moon." He swore and cursed the werewolves, frustrated by the setback they had caused. Surely, by now my kind would have found a way to deal with these feral beasts, he mused, recalling legends and tales from the darker corners of his long memory. I remember a wise elder, the sage. I am sure he would know how to best these damn things. But the whereabouts of the sage were a mystery, lost to time and the chaos of the world. I will have to deal with them myself somehow. As he contemplated his next move, a familiar and gnawing hunger panged within him. Damn this hunger, Eldor hissed as he rose from his throne. Climbing to the top of his fort, he looked out over the desolate landscape and shouted, "More humans!" A few of the undead, still under his sway, pointed in a direction different from the outpost. A sly smile crept across his lips. Transforming into a shadow, Eldor moved with supernatural speed, his form barely touching the ground as he traveled from one shadow to the next, making the journey almost instantaneously. He covered a long distance in mere moments, arriving at a small farm. It was fortified with a high, strong fence that encircled the entire perimeter. A few of the undead thrashed against the fence to no avail. His shadow form slipped through the fence and surveyed the area. A small group of people lived here, unsuspecting of the dark visitor in their midst. Eldor decided to be cunning. He waited for nightfall, for the farm's inhabitants to sleep, and then he fed. His approach was silent, a ghost of the old days, ensuring that no one would know of his existence. He drank from his victim as they slept, planning to use these people as a sustainable feeding ground. They would feel sick for a few days, but nothing more. He could take turns feeding on them to sustain himself without arousing suspicion. Satisfied and nourished, Eldor quickly returned to his fort. Now with his immediate needs met, his thoughts turned back to the problem at hand. Now to figure out how to deal with the wolves, he pondered, his mind working through strategies, an old lore that might give him the edge he needed to eliminate the Lycan threat once and for all. The battle was far from over, and Eldor was not one to give up his reign without a fierce fight. As the dawn broke over the outpost, Lucan and the wolf pack prepared to depart. "We will return to our den. Sound the alarm if you need aid, and we will hear you," Lucan assured Captain Harris and the other leaders. With a mutual nod of respect, the Lycans disappeared into the forest, their forms melding with the mist. Inside the outpost, Samantha, the logistics expert, laid out a map on a makeshift table. "We need to find that camp," she stated decisively. A small team, consisting of Marco and Jenna, both experienced enough to avoid detection, was quickly assembled. They did not have exact coordinates, only the general direction provided by the wolf pack. After heartfelt farewells, they set off on foot, their mission clear but fraught with uncertainty. The outpost had exhausted all its biofuel, and the process to make more was back at Fort Haven. Guards rationed the remaining ammunition and sturdy weapons to Marco and Jenna as they departed. Captain Harris, Samantha, and Commander Lewis watched them leave, each harboring a silent hope. "Let's hope they find this place," Harris murmured. Meanwhile, Eldor sat in the dim light of Fort Eldor, surrounded by ancient runic symbols drawn on the floor. Desperate for a connection with any remaining elders, he resorted to an ancient method of communication, long considered outdated. Whispering in the dark tongue, he focused his energy, allowing his shadow to spread through the world, searching every crevice for an elder connection. "Sage, are you there? Wisest of us all, I need your help," he intoned, but the silence that followed was deafening. Suddenly, he felt another presence. A shadow many miles away. Another elder still lived, yet unknown to him. Eldor reached out through the shadows of the world. "I am Eldor." Elder, I seek union with my kind. I am in need of assistance. Silence followed his plea. Weak and frustrated, Elder prepared to abandon his ceremony, determined to feed before trying again. As he rose, a figure emerged from the shadows, an elder vampire, her presence as cold as it was unexpected. "I hear your call," she said, her voice echoing softly in the dim chamber. "Who are you?" Elder demanded. "My name is Serana," she replied calmly. "The sage is dead, sacrificing himself for the humans." "For humans?" Elder scoffed, incredulous. "That cannot be. They are but prey to us." "In a world of rotting undead, one must adapt or perish," Serana countered. "How have you survived?" "The old ways. I feed without being noticed, like a parasite. There is a group of survivors where I am from. I feed when I need to, but just enough that they do not notice me, like the old days." Elder frowned, considering her methods. "And what about Lycan? Have we figured out how to kill these yet?" Serana looked at Elder, her expression grave. "We must stay clear of the Lycan. They were created to keep the Elders in check. In the Lycan outbreak, we lost many Elders." "There was a Lycan outbreak?" Elder asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Yes, before the undead. It devastated many," Serana explained. "Interesting." Elder mused, a new thought forming in his mind. "Then these are not true blood Lycan, but a weakened link from the lineage." Serana nodded, confirming his suspicion. "Exactly. We must be cautious, Elder. They may not be the ancients, but they are dangerous nonetheless." As the conversation unfolded, plans and strategies began to form, with Elder realizing that he might have found not just an ally, but also valuable insights into handling the threats surrounding them. At the outpost, the need for additional supplies became urgent. With most of the undead now drawn towards Elder's fort, the nearby town, usually teeming with danger, appeared less threatening. The team decided to capitalize on this opportunity. "We can raid the place for any leftover supplies. With practically zero undead there, it's our best chance," suggested a team member named Tom. "We'll go at night and use the darkness to hide us." Two members, Tom and his companion Lisa, set off under the cover of darkness. Their first target was the local drugstore, in hopes of finding medicines, antibiotics, and more. As they entered the town, they encountered only a few stray undead, which they easily avoided, slipping past them with practiced stealth. Inside the drugstore, they rummaged through the shelves and discovered a small supply of outdated pills and drugs. "Better than nothing," Lisa remarked, stuffing the find into her backpack. As they were about to leave, an ominous voice echoed through the dimly lit store. "Going somewhere?" The chilling tone froze them in their tracks. Serana stepped out from the shadows, her eyes gleaming with malice. "He said you'd try this. Guess it's a free lunch for me," she taunted. Before they could react, Serana was upon them. In seconds, she drained the blood from Tom, leaving his lifeless body slumped on the cold floor. Lisa, paralyzed with fear, was quickly incapacitated by Serana's swift movements. Just then, two shambling undead entered the store, grabbing Lisa. "Share and share alike," Serana remarked, as they began dragging her back towards Fort Elder. Sometime later, Lisa was thrown at the feet of Elder inside his fort. "For me?" Elder quipped, a twisted smile playing on his lips. "You shouldn't have." He then bent down to drink greedily from the terrified woman, extinguishing her life with a deep, satisfied gulp. Serana appeared beside him, watching with cold detachment. "Well, that's two less," she commented. Elder, still smiling from his feast, gave a nod of approval. "Reinforce the surrounding wall. I don't want those flea-bitten mutts getting in here for revenge," he ordered, his voice carrying a mix of caution and disdain. The grim scene set a darker tone within Fort Eldur. Eldur and Serana, united in their predatory pursuits, reinforced their defenses, preparing for any retaliation the outpost might muster. The line between survival and savagery blurred further in the shadowy world they dominated. Back at the outpost, Captain Harris paced anxiously. Tom and Lisa had been gone far too long, and a sinking feeling gnawed at his gut. I doubt they were stopped by the undead. I feel something else is at play. How could they survive against that vampire? He muttered to himself, voicing the concern that had been plaguing him since their departure. "We need to send out a rescue team," he announced, determination lining his voice. "Wait," interjected Samantha, her expression tense with thought. "If he's attacked once, he could do it again. Maybe we should ask the wolf pack for help." Sometime later, members of the wolf pack arrived, responding swiftly to the outpost's call for assistance. Captain Harris quickly briefed them on the situation. Understanding the gravity of the circumstances, the wolf pack agreed to assist, with one member, Freya, volunteering to accompany the rescue team in human form to avoid alarming any survivors. With two new members from the outpost, Derek and Nina, alongside Freya, the team headed out to the small town. They passed the few wandering undead with ease and entered the drugstore. There, on the floor, was Lisa's backpack, abandoned amidst a scene of disarray. "Something must have happened," Derek murmured, his voice heavy with concern. "We'd better be careful." "Oh, you need to be more than careful, my dear," a dark voice murmured from the shadows. Serana emerged, her presence as menacing as the cold chill that swept through the room. "Who the hell are you?" Nina demanded, her hand instinctively reaching for her weapon. "It really doesn't matter," Serana replied dismissively as she launched towards the team. In that instant, Freya shifted into her lichen form, her transformation swift and startling. With a powerful swipe, her claws caught Serana off guard. "How dare you?" Serana hissed, nursing her wounded arm. Overcome by the unexpected resistance and the potency of her opponent, she merged with the shadows and quickly retreated. The team, shaken but unharmed, quickly gathered Lisa's backpack and made their way back to the outpost. Upon their return, they relayed the entire encounter to Captain Harris and the rest, confirming the fearsome capabilities and the presence of another elder, Serana. "We need to be prepared. There's another elder vampire involved," Captain Harris concluded, his voice grim. "This complicates things, but it also means we must strengthen our ties with the wolf pack. We're not just fighting a battle. We're in the midst of a war against an ancient and powerful enemy." The revelation set a new course for the outpost's strategy, deepening their resolve to stand together against the dark forces assembling against them. At Fort Eldur, tension was high. Serana approached Eldur with a fierce glare, her frustration palpable. "The Lycan aid the humans. I'm out of this fight. I don't want anything to do with those beasts," she declared, her voice echoing through the cold stone halls. "Wait," Eldur responded calmly, a sly grin spreading across his face. "I have a plan for those stray dogs. Follow me." He led Serana to the middle of the fort, through the human settlements they had overtaken. The place was surprisingly well equipped, boasting farms, fresh water, and even a weapons forge, the remnants of human ingenuity and desperation. "Look here," Eldur said, as they entered the smithing area that the humans at Fort Hope had used to craft their weapons. "While you were gone, I did a little crafting of my own." He unsheathed a crudely made dagger, its metallic surface glinting ominously in the dim light. "Here, a gift for you. It's made from silver." Serana raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Scratch me," she said with a smirk. "This is perfect. Can we make more?" "Yes," Eldor exclaimed, pleased with her reaction. He explained that he had found a stash of silver in an old storage room, likely overlooked by the humans during their hasty fortification of the fort. Meanwhile, Marco and Lydia continued on their path, hopeful they were heading in the right direction. After some time, they found a small town where the undead were sparsely scattered. "Let's see if we can find a secure home for the night," Marco suggested. "Yes, we need rest," Lydia agreed. Stealthily, they navigated the town to avoid detection. Climbing a wall to an old home, they entered by climbing up and through a bedroom window. "Clear," Marco whispered after a quick sweep of the house. "Clear," Lydia confirmed as they checked the entire house. They quickly secured the doors, set traps on the stairs, and bedded down for the night. They awoke early, refreshed. "I needed that," Marco said as they prepared to leave. Just then, Lydia noticed a set of car keys hanging on a key hook. She grabbed them and looked at Marco with a grin. "No way." They headed to the adjoining garage. Pulling off the protective cover, they found a small car, a practical and modest make, perhaps a Honda Fit, full of fuel. "Oh, I thought it was going to be one of those muscle cars," Marco joked, slightly disappointed. "This is even better. It will last much longer," Lydia countered, her practicality shining through. Moments later, Marco and Lydia sped off in the direction of the supposed camp, their goal closer than ever before. As they left the town behind, the dawn broke, casting a hopeful light on their journey. This small car, unassuming yet reliable, symbolized a new beginning, a chance to outrun the shadows of their past and drive towards a future that was slowly coming into clearer view. Coming soon, Part 3, Crimson Dawn Series 2. As shadows lengthen and the struggle for survival intensifies, what fate awaits Marco and Lydia on their perilous journey to uncover a mysterious camp? Will they discover new allies or face unexpected threats in their quest for hope? Back at Fort Eldor and Serana arm themselves with dark intentions and even darker weapons. With silver at their disposal, can they devise a plan sinister enough to threaten the formidable Wolfpack? The ancient enmity between vampire and Lycan is set to reach a boiling point. Meanwhile, Eldor's mastery over the undead grows as he delves deeper into the forbidden arts of necromancy. How will his burgeoning power affect the survivors of Fort Hope? Can they find a way to protect themselves against a force that commands death itself? Tensions rise, alliances are tested, and the line between friend and foe blurs in the upcoming continuation of the Crimson Dawn Series 2. Stay tuned for a tale of courage, betrayal, and the undying will to survive in a world where the dawn is as crimson as the blood on which it rises. Coming soon. Thank you for joining me on this chilling journey. If your thirst for the unknown and the unexplained is still unquenched, I invite you to delve deeper into the abyss of terror. Just beyond the veil of reality, another story awaits to send shivers down your spine. Dare to join me in the next video, where the unknown becomes known and the unseen seen. Until then, keep the lights dim and your mind open. This is Professor Shadow, signing off in the shadow-draped world of Crimson Dawn. Ancient powers awaken, and the fate of the outpost hangs in the balance. As the mysterious winter reveals his true intentions, a primal alpha calls the Lycan pack to a destiny they cannot escape. Eldor and Serana will in dark necromancy unleash a new legion of undead warriors with alliances tested and loyalties torn. The outpost must face the ultimate enemy in a battle that could forever alter the fabric of their world. Who will emerge victorious in this clash of ancient curses and modern survival? Dive into the thrilling continuation where every heart-pounding moment promises to keep you on the edge of your seat. Are you ready for the hunt? Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Winter. Under the grey sky, the figure in the chrome mask introduced himself with a voice as cold as his namesake. "I am Winter," he said, his tone flat and unyielding. Marco, Nina, and Rachel stood before him, uncertain yet desperate for any lead that could help their cause. "You are searching for something?" Winter inquired, his head tilting slightly, reflecting the sparse light of his mask. "Yes, we are looking for a camp where vampires protect humans and possess some type of weapon to stop the undead," Marco replied, his voice filled with a mixture of hope and weariness. Winter studied the trio, his gaze obscured by the reflective mask. "Maybe I could help you, but I want something in return," he proposed, his voice betraying no emotion. "If we can help you, we'd be glad to," Nina responded quickly, her eyes darting between Winter and her companions, trying to gauge his intentions. "I seek Lycan, werewolves. If you have seen any and know their location, I may help you," Winter stated plainly. Marco exchanged a hesitant look with Nina, questioning whether they should divulge information about their allies to this mysterious stranger. After a moment of contemplative silence, Marco weighed his answer carefully. "Back at our camp, there are 10 Lycan. They aid our camp, but the undead there are too many and vampires control them," he revealed, his voice a mix of resignation and strategic calculation. "Indeed," Winter murmured, seemingly pleased with the information. "The camp you seek is miles from here. On foot, it will take months to get there, if you even make it. These lands are treacherous and fraught with danger." "Then we'd better make a start," Marco said determinedly, his resolve hardening. Marco turned to Winter, curiosity piqued. "Did you hear of a weapon? One that can stop the undead for miles?" Winter looked at Marco, and an awkward silence hung between them. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally spoke. "Yes, such a weapon does exist, but it is not in that camp." "You have seen such a weapon? Where could we find it?" Nina interjected, her interest piqued. "That weapon will be of no use to you. Forget about it. Return to your camp, aid them. The weapon you seek cannot be found," Winter concluded cryptically, turning his back on them and concluding the conversation and their brief alliance. With few options left, the trio turned and headed in the direction Winter had indicated for the camp. As they walked away, each was lost in thought, pondering Winter's mysterious warnings and the arduous journey ahead. The path was uncertain, and Winter's words echoed ominously in their minds, but the need to find safety and strength drove them forward into the unknown. In the hushed calm of a secluded wooded area, Winter approached a small cave concealed within the rocks. Before entering, he issued a slight whistle, a pre-arranged signal known only to those within. From the depths of the cave, a deep, guttural growl emanated, stirring the quiet forest air. Unperturbed, Winter stepped into the shadowy entrance. "Good news, my friend," Winter announced as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. "We have found your kin. You shall be Alpha again." Two primal red eyes glowed in response, reflecting a fierce and wild intelligence not often seen. Back at the outpost, the tension was palpable as the remaining Lycan and human defenders worked tirelessly to bolster their defenses against an imminent attack from the undead and the two elder vampires, Eldur and Serana. Lucan, though still injured and unable to fight, issued commands from a makeshift command center. Samantha, Captain Harris, and Commander Lewis coordinated the outpost defenses, reinforcing barricades and strategizing the best use of their limited resources. Meanwhile, at Fort Elder, Elder and Serana delved deeper into the dark arts of necromancy. They had begun to master the creation of undead warriors, with enough intelligence to wield weapons as well as any soldier. These new warriors practiced their fighting skills under the watchful eyes of their creators, who observed with a mixture of pride and anticipation. "Soon, we will be strong enough to take that pathetic outpost," Eldur declared confidently to Serana as they watched their undead army train, "and put an end to those mongrel Lycan. They cannot stand against us. They are not true blood, and are but shadows of true Lycan," he added scornfully. Serana laughed, her voice echoing chillingly off the stone walls of Fort Elder. She reveled in the thought of their upcoming victory, imagining the outpost falling before their enhanced forces. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across both the outpost and Fort Elder, preparations continued on both sides. The defenders of the outpost checked their weapons and fortified their positions, knowing that the battle to come would be a test of everything they had built and believed in. Meanwhile, Eldur and Serana finalized their plans for the assault, confident in the power they had amassed and eager to demonstrate their dominance over what they viewed as lesser beings. The stage was set for a confrontation that would determine the fate of all involved, with each side believing in their eventual triumph, but haunted by the possible consequences of failure. In the dimly lit confines of Fort Elder, Elder and Serana plotted with cold, cruel precision. "I want them to suffer before we kill them," Serana hissed, the memory of the Lycan's scratch still burning in her mind. "They will, my dear," Elder reassured her with a wicked grin. "I want them to see how helpless their cause is, how hopeless the chances of survival. I want them to beg me for their lives." "Let's send a group of our best warriors to their camp, along with a few hundred undead. A small taste of what we can do," Eldur suggested, savoring the thought of their despair. "Yes, when they see what a small number can do, they will beg us to end it for them," laughed Serana. Following their sinister conversation, Eldur and Serana dispatched a small unit of their trained undead fighters to advance on the outpost, accompanied by around 300 regular undead. This force was but a fraction of what they controlled, yet formidable enough to test the outpost's defenses. Later that day, a guard at the outpost sounded the alarm. "Over there! A number of undead march this way!" he shouted. Instantly, the outpost sprang into action. The remaining wolf pack readied themselves, their senses heightened, while the guards with spears prepared to defend the walls. Captain Harris surveyed the advancing horde with a practiced eye. "There's not that many of them, but those undead in the front, are they marching in unison?" he questioned aloud, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Commander Lewis added, "They look organized." Lucan, still weak but strategically minded, confirmed, "Yes, similar to the ones we fought before. They were trained in combat and wielded weapons." "Unbelievable," muttered Captain Harris, realizing the threat was more serious than he had initially thought. As the undead reached the outpost, the battle erupted. The trained undead, though just a handful, demonstrated chilling efficiency. They moved with a lethal coordination that was unsettlingly human. The outpost defenders fought bravely, but the intensity and skill of the undead warriors took a toll. During the fierce skirmish, another Lycan was gravely wounded, and several camp defenders fell defending the walls. Captain Harris, observing the battle from a strategic vantage point, felt a cold shiver down his spine. Had there been more of them? I doubt we'd have survived, he admitted grimly, acknowledging the skill and ferocity of their foes. Just as the dust began to settle and the outpost caught its breath, another guard shouted from the lookout point, "More incoming!" Grabbing the binoculars, Captain Harris peered through them and saw a horrifying sight. Hundreds of the trained undead, far more than the first wave, marching systematically towards them. A sinking feeling overwhelmed everyone at the camp. The grim realization that they might not win against such overwhelming odds cast a shadow over the outpost. As fear and resolve mingled in the hearts of the outpost defenders, they prepared for what might be their last stand, knowing full well that the true test of their courage and unity was just beginning. The undead army halted in the distance, an eerie and silent tableau that seemed almost to mock the outpost with its sheer presence. From their vantage at Fort Eldur, Eldur and Serana watched with dark amusement. Serana, her eyes gleaming with malice, turned to Eldur. "Can I go?" she asked with a twisted smile. "Oh, okay then," Eldur replied, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards in anticipation. Moments later, emerging from the shadows at the front gate of the outpost, Serana appeared, holding a white cloth aloft, a traditional symbol of truce, though her intentions were anything but peaceful. "Hello," she called out in a voice that echoed off the outpost walls. Captain Harris and Lucan appeared on the wall, faces set in grim lines. "I have a proposition," Serana announced. Her tone was casual, as if discussing something trivial. "March everyone out here now. Eldur and I will make it quick for you all, and you will not have to face that over there," she said, gesturing nonchalantly to the massive army of undead looming in the distance. "It will be painless, but I cannot say the same for our warriors," she added, with a sinister smirk. As Captain Harris opened his mouth to respond, Serana cut him off. "Oh, I don't expect an answer straight away. We'll give you 3 days, then I'll come back to feast or watch you suffer. Neither really matters to me," she declared coldly. With that, she disappeared into the shadows as swiftly as she had arrived. Reappearing by Eldur's side back at Fort Eldur, Serana chuckled. "You should have seen their faces. They looked like death," she recounted gleefully. Both burst into laughter, their cruel joy echoing ominously around them. As the days passed, the looming threat of the undead army remained posed in the distance, a constant and harrowing reminder of the promised assault. The inhabitants of the outpost could see the undead, day and night, causing a pervasive fear of defeat that hung over the camp like a pall. Many were on the brink of giving up, overwhelmed by the prospect of such an overpowering force. Yet, Captain Harris and Commander Lewis refused to let morale falter completely. They gave motivating speeches, trying to rally the spirit of every man, woman, and lichen within the outpost. They spoke of courage, of defiance, and the importance of standing together in the face of insurmountable odds. Even though deep down, every inhabitant knew the grim reality. They were likely facing an unwinnable battle. Their leaders' words spurred them on. In the quiet moments between speeches and planning, small acts of kindness and shared resolve wove the outpost community tighter together. They prepared as best they could, ready to fight, not just for survival, but for each other, holding on to hope even when it seemed there was none left. The final day arrived with a palpable tension that could be cut with a knife. Serana appeared once again at the gates of the outpost, her presence commanding and ominous. "What say you then?" she shouted across the divide. "Do I get to feed on your souls or not?" Captain Harris, standing atop the ramparts, shouted back with defiant resolve, borrowing a historic quote to fuel his challenge. "Come and take them!" The outpost readied for battle, the air thick with determination and fear. Serana smiled wickedly. "Oh, this will be good," she taunted as she vanished into the shadows. Moments later, the earth shook as the army of the undead began to march forward towards the outpost. The sound of their approach was deafening, the menacing clatter of weapons and the relentless footsteps creating a chorus of doom. As the undead army was halfway to the outpost, a white Honda Fit rolled up outside the camp, sputtering as it ran on the remaining fumes in its fuel tank. A man exited the vehicle, his identity obscured by a chrome mask. He shouted at the front of the gate, "You have Lycan here!" But his voice was nearly drowned out by the overwhelming noise of the marching undead. "Oh, how bothersome," Winter said with a hint of irritation. With a casual wave of his hand, the entire undead army stopped, rendered motionless as if frozen in time. The sudden silence was eerie. "That's better." I said, "Do you have Lycan here?" he repeated. Inside Fort Elder, Elder and Serana were stunned. They focused all their energy and power to regain control of the undead, but it was as if their connection had been severed. At the outpost gate, Captain Harris spoke up. "Who are you? Did you do that?" Yes. Do you have Lycan here?" Winter asked again, his tone impatient. Lucan stepped out from behind the gate, revealing his robust form. "Yes, I am one. We have 8 others, some wounded," he announced. "Excellent," Winter replied. "I'll need you to come with me, immediately." "We cannot leave. We stand with our friends here to fight side by side," Lucan declared, his voice resolute. Winter laughed, amused by the turn of events. "Forget this petty battle. Prepare to leave immediately," he insisted. "Also, I'll need some fuel for this car." "We will not abandon our friends," Lucan countered firmly. Winter turned to look at the motionless army of undead. "Okay. Who commands this army?" he asked, more to himself than anyone else. Captain Harris explained the situation, his voice filled with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "I have no wish to enter your fray on either side, but I need the help of the Lycans, immediately," Winter stated pragmatically. "Give me some fuel, and I'll go speak with this vampire of yours," he commanded, indicating a temporary truce might be in their mutual interest. The outpost was left in a precarious balance, weighing the potential benefits of cooperating with this mysterious figure against the backdrop of an imminent undead assault, driven by the dark will of Elder and Serana. As Winter drove up to Fort Elder, a curious phenomenon unfolded before him. Any undead in his path froze in time, as if someone had simply switched them off. With an air of casual authority, he walked into the fort, undeterred by the eerie stillness that surrounded him. "Elders, I will speak with you," Winter announced, his voice carrying through the silent fort. Elder and Serana appeared from the shadows, their expressions a mix of curiosity and wariness. "Ah, I have a predicament," Winter began, addressing them directly. "I need to take the Lycan away from here immediately, but it seems your assault on that outpost is keeping them there through some type of bond or sense of duty. You must stop your assault and leave them alone so they can come with me," he stated, his tone commanding. Elder bared his teeth in a snarl. "I will end you right here, human, for speaking to your superior in such a manner," he threatened, his voice dripping with disdain. Winter sighed. "Why is it always violence with your kind? Is it any wonder why Varric and his elders are dead?" he retorted, his remark striking a nerve. Elder's eyes widened slightly. "You knew Varric?" he asked, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. "Yes, he was as naive as you. Now stop attacking this outpost immediately, Winter demanded. Enraged, Elder shifted into his shadow form, ready to launch an attack. Always violence, Winter remarked calmly as he pulled an odd-looking device from his pocket. He flicked it on, and it radiated with infrared and ultraviolet light, stopping Elder in his tracks. Elder recoiled in agony as the light bathed him. A simple device, one that emits infrared and ultraviolet light, which are portions of the electromagnetic spectrum, which just so happens to be a specialty of mine. Winter mused. Look, I am not interested in your petty battle. Let me take the Lycan, then kill them all if you wish. It matters not to me. But one way or another, I'm taking the Lycan, with or without your cooperation. Elder and Serana, realizing they were outmatched, not only in terms of power, but in intellect, conceded. Take them then? They are but mongrels anyway. We will deal with the outpost when you are gone, Elder said, his voice laced with resentment, but also resignation. Excellent, said Winter, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. You see, logic over force, he added. With that, Winter simply walked out of Fort Elder as if the meeting had been trivial, treating the Elder beings as mere insects he had agreed not to step on that day. His departure had left a chilling silence in its wake, a testament to the power shift that had just occurred. Winter returned to the outpost with a commanding presence, addressing the Lycan without hesitation. So, prepare to leave immediately, he announced firmly. The Elders have agreed to stop attacking you, so there's no fight for you here. Who are you? Commander Harris interjected, his tone a mix of curiosity and defiance. I am Winter, and I will not waste any more time. I have stopped the destruction of your outpost, Winter replied. In the distance, the undead army was seen marching back towards Fort Elder, a silent testament to his influence. The agreement on my end is fulfilled, Winter added confidently. We did not say we would go with you, Lucan countered, his voice steady but filled with a hint of uncertainty. Winter, his expression hidden behind the chrome mask, paused for a moment, the air heavy with tension. Disappointing, he remarked coolly. If you will not come to him, then he will come to you, he warned. I had hoped logic would have prevailed over your impulses, but I should imagine the parts of your brain are affected by this Lycan curse, particularly your prefrontal cortex. I imagine impulse control and decision-making are difficult for you. With that, Winter turned and left the outpost. His departure left a silence in its wake, as profound and unsettling as the words he had spoken. The sight of the undead army retreating back to Fort Elder brought a temporary relief, but Winter's involvement signaled a change in the dynamics of power and threat. The outpost leaders gathered quickly after Winter's departure, their faces etched with concern and contemplation. Commander Harris, Lucan, and the others knew something significant was about to unfold. The immediate threat of the undead army had been abated, but Winter's words suggested that this respite might be short-lived. Whatever this Winter wants with the Lycan, it's bigger than just our fight here. Lucan mused aloud, his instincts as a leader and protector of his pack coming to the fore. We need to be prepared for whatever comes next, Commander Harris declared, the weight of leadership pressing upon him more than ever. This Winter, stop the undead, but at what cost? And what does he truly want? As the leaders of the outpost deliberated their next steps, the relief of the undead's retreat was tempered by the uncertainty of future challenges. Winter's mention of someone coming to them if they did not follow implied a looming threat that could not be ignored. The outpost had to regroup and strengthen not just their defenses, but also their alliances. The battle might have been halted, but the war was far from over. Sarah was deep in slumber, catching a rare moment of much-needed rest after the relentless stress of the past few days. In her dreams, she was running with the pack, her senses heightened and alive with the familiar thrill of the hunt. But suddenly, everything stopped. The entire pack halted, their attention riveted on a lone figure standing in the distance. It was an ancient, primal being, its call irresistible, pulling at the very core of their beings. As she drew closer in her dream, Sarah could only make out two red eyes burning with a primitive, primal rage. The call was too strong, and in her dream, she found herself unable to resist moving towards it. She awoke with a start, her heart pounding. Almost immediately, other members of the wolf pack burst into the room, each explaining breathlessly that they had experienced the same dream. Lucan, with a grave expression, spoke up. "He's coming. The Alpha. I don't know if we can continue to resist his call if he has grown stronger." Meanwhile, Winter had set up a small camp not far from the outpost, his demeanor one of expectation, as if waiting for someone or something significant to arrive. Back in Fort Elder, Elder and Serana discussed the recent developments. "He has gone, but he did not take the Lycan. Maybe they refused him," Elder pondered aloud. "And yet, they still live," Serana added thoughtfully. "This Winter is too powerful and does not seem to take to not get in his way. We need to tread carefully," she advised, her tone laced with caution and a hint of fear. In the deep, frozen woods, the sound of a large creature running on all fours cut through the silence. Deep, heavy breaths echoed between the trees, sending small animals scurrying for cover. Nothing stood in its path as it made its relentless way towards the outpost. Who was this creature? Who was Winter waiting for? And would Elder and Serana decide to attack the outpost now that Winter had seemingly left the field? Find out in Crimson Dawn Series 2, Episode 5, coming soon. In the deep shadows of the once vibrant den, the alpha cub lay curled up, its tiny form barely disturbing the thick layer of leaves that blanketed the floor. The den, now silent and abandoned, echoed with the ghostly memories of its pack. A primitive sense of loss gnawed at the cub, a painful awareness of the absence of its father, the Alpha. Alone, cold, and scared, the cub was the sole heir of a once formidable pack, each member now fallen in the battle against the relentless undead. This young Lycan, despite its tender age, harbored a feral and commanding primal rage inherited from its lineage, a true blood, Lycan destined for greatness, if it could survive the harsh realities of its new world. After a day of waiting in vain for the return of any pack member, hunger drove the cub from the relative safety of its ancestral den. Its small body trembled with both fear and the biting cold, yet the drive to survive pushed it forward into the unknown. As the alpha cub ventured out into the daunting expanse of the forest. It was overwhelmed by the vastness and the eerie silence, punctuated only by the distant calls of predators and the rustle of leaves underfoot. The loneliness was palpable, each step taking it further away from the only home it had ever known, and deeper into the wilderness. Despite its size and weakness, the cub carried the traits of its alpha heritage. It wasn't long before its keen nose picked up the scent of food, meat, fresh and tantalizingly close. Driven by a mix of hunger and the primal instinct to survive, the cub raced toward the source of the smell. Its heart pounded with both excitement and fear as it neared the promise of sustenance. Suddenly, it saw it, a fresh-cut piece of raw meat just lying on the ground, seemingly unguarded. With no thought other than to quell its gnawing hunger, the cub pounced on the meat, its small teeth sinking into the flesh. But as it did, a net swiftly enveloped it, trapping it within a wire mesh. The shock and betrayal sent the cub into a panic, and it yelped and cried, its cries echoing hauntingly through the forest. From the underbrush, a group of hunters emerged, laughing amongst themselves as they approached their catch. "We got something," one exclaimed with a grin, pulling the net closer to inspect their prize. As they lifted the cub from the ground, their amusement turned to bewilderment. "This little fella won't feed us," one of the hunters remarked, disappointment lacing his words. "Ah well, wrap it up, maybe it will come in use. If not, we can throw it in the lake," he added dismissively. Just as they prepared to bag the cub, one of the hunters paused, his attention caught by something unusual. He turned toward a flicker of light in the distance, a brief glimpse of something shiny, like a mask. "What was that?" "Looked like something shining over there," he muttered, squinting into the dimming light. Then it was gone, as if it had never been there. The moment passed, and the hunters, shaking off the eerie feeling, focused on their captive. Unaware of the true value of the young lichen in their grasp, they continued with their plans, oblivious to the eyes that might still be watching them from the shadows. In a makeshift cage, the young werewolf cub shivered, its small body curled into a tight ball. Just beyond its reach lay a cut of meat, deliberately placed to taunt and tease the hungry creature. As members of the small hunting camp passed by, they kicked the cage, some even throwing rocks and stones at the frightened cub. "It was your kind that started all this," they sneered, echoing the sentiments of blame and anger towards the supernatural beings they held responsible for the chaos in their world. The cub, starving, scared and alone, shook with cold and fear. One man in particular, fueled by a personal vendetta, approached the cage with a venomous glare. "I lost everything because of those werewolves. I'll wring that one's neck," he swore, trying to reach through the bars, only to be held back by others who cautioned restraint. As the shadows lengthened and night fell over the camp, someone moved the meat closer, placing it right at the bars of the cage. The cub, driven by hunger, quickly devoured the meat, its small body trembling as it ate hurriedly. The following morning, two men approached the cage with a cold, calculating look. "So this is it, eh?" one of the men remarked, eyeing the cub with disdain. The other man, smiling cruelly, nodded in agreement. "Well, we don't want it getting any bigger. Tie it up in that bag, put some rocks in there, and drop it in the lake," he suggested with a sinister grin. "Better do it tonight, when no one's looking, in case someone gets annoyed that they couldn't kill it first," he added. As the two men walked off to prepare for the grim task, the camp suddenly fell into an eerie stillness. Every person froze in place, as if time itself had stopped. Fires still burned, and the wind still blew, but all human activity halted. Then, from the edge of the camp, a figure approached, the man in the chrome mask. He walked up to the cage, placing his hand through the bars without fear of the cub's bite. There, little one. I won't let them hurt you," Winter said soothingly as he opened the cage door. The cub's initial instinct was to attack, but something in its young heart stirred a sense of connection to the man. This was not an enemy or prey. This was pack, a friend, kin. "Come," Winter said gently, and the cub followed him trustingly. As they walked away from the camp, the cub turned back and gave a snarl towards the two men who had planned its grim fate. "Oh, those two wanted you to take swimming lessons, eh?" Winter remarked dryly. With a wave of his gloved hand, the two men suddenly collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Once Winter and the alpha cub were far enough away from the camp, Winter waved his hand again, and the small camp sprang back to life, oblivious to the brief pause in their existence. Winter and the cub continued into the forest, away from the dangers of the camp, embarking on a journey that would define the future of both their destinies. Miles from the perils of the outside world, Winter and the young cub arrived at his laboratory, a place cluttered with pieces of equipment salvaged from numerous research labs. The air was thick with the smell of metal and old electronics. In the center of the room stood a table on which lay the preserved head of a former foe, a necromancer whose demise had not ended his utility to Winter. Winter removed the probes from the head, turning his attention to the cub. "This one was interesting, but you are indeed fascinating," he remarked, his voice filled with a curious mix of admiration and scientific fervor. As he prepared to place probes on the cub, it growled, its primal instincts flaring in defense. However, Winter gestured soothingly, and the cub, sensing his intentions were not harmful, calmed down. It allowed Winter to attach the probes, a connection forming as if the cub recognized Winter as more than just an ally, perhaps even as kin. "Fascinating indeed," Winter murmured, as he began studying the creature more intently. Over the weeks that followed, Winter conducted continuous studies on the cub. His lab was a sanctuary of sorts, where the echoes of their past lives, a necromancer's insights, and a lichened cub's genetic secrets mingled in the quest for understanding. "I'm done," Winter finally declared after extensive research. He looked at the cub, now playfully rolling on the floor, completely at ease in his presence. "I see what you need," he said thoughtfully. "You need to be the alpha," he continued, his voice taking on a serious tone. Winter began to explain the significance of this revelation. "If the line of the alpha is extinguished, it would not merely be the end of a bloodline, but could cause a shift in the balance of all supernatural beings. This shift could trigger a cascade of changes, destabilizing the balance of power among all entities, both supernatural and human." He further elaborated that the natural hierarchy among supernatural creatures ensured a balance in their interactions and influence in the world. The Alpha not only leads, but also stabilizes these interactions. Without a true Alpha, the order among your kind and the subsequent interactions with others would falter, potentially leading to chaos. Winter's explanation was grounded in a mixture of scientific understanding and supernatural lore, presenting a compelling case for the importance of maintaining continuity in the leadership of the Lycan. This was not just about power. It was about maintaining the equilibrium necessary to prevent a potential collapse of established supernatural structures. As Winter finished his explanation, the cub listened, its young mind absorbing the gravity of its potential role. Though it could not understand all the nuances, it felt a burgeoning sense of purpose under Winter's tutelage. Winter's laboratory had become a cradle of future possibilities, not just for the cub, but for the balance of power in the world teetering on the edge of unseen thresholds. Over the ensuing months, Winter took on the role of both protector and mentor to the cub, now rapidly maturing into its destined role as the alpha. He not only ensured its safety, but also nurtured its growth, feeding it and even hunting alongside it in the dense forests that bordered their secluded hideout. As the days passed, Winter found himself as emotionally attached to the cub as it was to him, a bond forged not just of necessity, but of genuine affection and mutual respect. As the cub grew, Winter observed several changes in the werewolf alpha. Its primal drive, rage, and ferocity were evolving. Curious about these developments and eager to test the young alpha's capabilities, Winter decided it was time for a more challenging exercise. One evening, as dusk turned to night, he led the young werewolf back to the small hunter's camp, where it had been trapped many months ago. The site was quiet, the memories of past violence still lingering like ghosts among the trees. "Let's see what you can do," Winter said, quietly, gesturing towards the camp. As the now alpha werewolf entered, its presence alone stirred panic. Screams and cries filled the air briefly, abruptly cut off by a sudden, eerie silence. Winter followed after a few moments, stepping into the camp to find it eerily quiet. "Interesting," he mused aloud, looking around at the stillness that had overtaken the place. "None of these have changed to your kin, my friend. You need a pack. You must become alpha." More time passed, and the once cub, now almost fully grown, the force of the alpha's presence was palpable, its primal rage and commanding presence increasingly prominent. Acknowledging the need for the next step, Winter found a deep, dark cave and led the alpha there. "You must stay here while I search for your kin. There must be some out there," Winter explained, his voice echoing slightly off the cave walls. In a sudden display of affection, and perhaps a test of dominance, the muscular, powerful alpha dove at Winter, knocking him to the ground before rolling over to expose its stomach, a gesture of both playfulness and submission. No, not now," Winter said, gently pushing the alpha away. "We can wrestle again when I return. I must find your kin before it's too late. Do not draw attention to yourself. I know you can handle yourself now, but we are not ready." Winter would be gone for days, leaving the alpha to lay low in the cave, hidden from the outside world and the dangers it held. Then, one day, a familiar whistle cut through the quiet, the signal that Winter was back. "Nothing, I'm afraid, my friend," Winter reported upon his return, his face drawn with the fatigue of fruitless searching. "But we must not give up. You will be alpha once more." As they settled back into the cave, the weight of their task lay heavily on them both, a reminder of the challenges they faced in restoring the alpha to its rightful place and securing the future of its lineage. As evening fell, Winter's familiar whistle echoed through the cave, signaling a new challenge. "Come, I have a test for you," he called to the alpha, his voice echoing off the stone walls. He led the growing werewolf to a small clearing nearby, where about 100 undead had wandered into the area, an inadvertent intrusion into their secluded world. "Show me what you can do against these," Winter instructed, standing back as he gestured towards the undead horde. The alpha, now fully embracing its emerging status, initially did not comply. It was developing into a true alpha, one that would not be commanded by anyone, not even by Winter, who had been its protector and mentor. This defiance was exactly what Winter had hoped to see. "Excellent," Winter said with a nod, a hint of pride in his voice. "You are getting stronger. Then simply take out your rage on these things, if you care to, my alpha," Winter challenged, emphasizing ownership and the unique bond they shared. With that, the alpha unleashed its fury. It surged forward, with a burst of energy that seemed to come from the very earth itself. The undead, mindless and slow, stood no chance as the Alpha tore into them. In mere moments, the clearing was a scene of carnage, with the Alpha dispatching each undead with a brutal efficiency that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Winter watched on, his expression hidden behind his mask, as the primal rage took over the Alpha, transforming it into a force of nature that could not be stopped. The raw power and ferocity displayed were exactly what he had hoped to cultivate in the young werewolf. Back in the cave, Winter sat near a small fire as the Alpha paced back and forth. The air was thick with the scent of pine and the metallic tang of blood. "Yes, I feel it too, old friend," Winter spoke softly, almost reflectively. "The time is coming when we can no longer be friends, but I will find your kin. This I promise, sir." In that moment, the Alpha issued a commanding snarl at Winter, a primitive order that resonated deep within both of them. It was a challenge, a demand for respect and recognition of its power. The Alpha raised up, its primal energy overwhelming, filling the space between them with a palpable tension. "Yes, I knew this day would come. To be Alpha, you need to be the boss, right?" Winter acknowledged, his voice calm and even. For the first time, Winter removed his mask, allowing the Alpha to see his face, a gesture of trust and respect. The Alpha, sensing the significance of the moment, lowered its posture and walked up to Winter, then sat at his feet like a dog curling up with its owner, recognizing the bond they still shared. Winter replaced his mask, his movements deliberate. This moment had sealed their bond anew, not just as creator and creature, but as allies in a world that was constantly changing around them. Perched on a cold, wind-swept hill, Winter sat alone, gazing into the vast landscape stretched out before him. His eyes, keen and observant, scanned the horizon, while his hands busied themselves with marking segments on a map spread across his lap. "I know you're out there, and I will find you," he murmured to the chill air, his breath visible in the frosty morning. Suddenly, his sharp gaze caught a small anomaly in the usual emptiness of the landscape. A white car, rolling along the distant road. It came to a stop, and 3 figures disembarked. They started walking in a direction away from one of Winter's strategically placed safe houses. Watching them, Winter tapped into his unique abilities, connecting with the electromagnetic waves of brain waves. With a subtle manipulation, he influenced their thoughts. Suddenly, one of the trio suggested changing course, pointing in the direction of the safe house. "So easily controlled," Winter muttered with a hint of disdain, yet a flicker of satisfaction. He waited patiently as the trio entered the safe house, then approached. Standing at the front path, he announced, "It's okay. I know you're there, and you're only there because I allow it." The surprise and confusion on their faces were evident as they met him. After a brief conversation, during which the trio divulged the location of an outpost where Lycan lived, Winter felt a surge of urgency. He thanked them and left swiftly, making his way back to the cave. Upon arrival, he whistled before entering, signaling his presence to the Alpha, who awaited him with anticipation. "Good news, my friend. We have found your kin. You shall be Alpha again," Winter announced. He pointed in the direction of the outpost. "Meet me there. I'll go first to ensure it's safe," he instructed, noting the Alpha's eager growl of affirmation. "Yes, I know you want to rush in, but this will be the last thing I can do for you," he added, his voice heavy with a mixture of resignation and finality. They shared a moment of silent communication, a deep understanding passing between them. Winter was logical, calculating, and possessed an intelligence that sometimes seemed too advanced for his era. yet he felt a twinge of emotion, a rarity for him, as he contemplated this potentially being the last time he saw the Alpha, not just as a project, but as kin. Fueling the small Honda Fit, Winter set out towards the outpost. As he drove, he examined the new emotions stirring within him. "Interesting," he mused aloud. "I always wondered what that would feel like." His voice carried a hint of both wonder and melancholy. Back in the cave, the Alpha paced, the weight unbearable. It could feel the primal rage building within, the pull towards its kin, and the overwhelming drive to assert itself as the true Alpha. Every fibre of its being vibrated with the need to fulfill its destiny, to lead, to dominate, to become what it was born to be. The stage was set for a reunion that would shift the balances of power, for a confrontation that might define the future of the Lycan, and perhaps all those connected to them. The Alpha waited, bound by Winter's command, yet ready to explode into action. At the first sign, it was time to move. The Alpha could no longer contain its burgeoning primal urge. It was overwhelmed by the visceral connection to its kin. Without a second thought, it bolted from the cave, its paws pounding against the earth as it raced towards the direction Winter had indicated. The landscape shifted from lush green grass to snow-covered lands, a stark reminder of the changing world around it. But the Alpha's focus remained unyielded. With each stride, its primal rage swelled, driven by nature's call. As it surged through the icy woods, an innate sense of its kin strengthened. The Alpha felt a strange, compelling connection to these unknown Lycan. It could sense 8 werewolves. Somehow, it knew them intimately. It felt their emotions, their fears, and the bonds they shared, even though they had never met. The Alpha's journey became more than a physical run. It was a spiritual homecoming. Nature itself seemed to acknowledge the Alpha's formidable presence. Animals scurried away, and the very trees seemed to bend, clearing a path. "Run, hide, the Alpha is coming," the forest whispered in a chorus of rustling leaves and cracking branches. Days passed, and the Alpha's supernatural speed saw no match. It was an unstoppable force, propelled by the inexorable pull of the pack. Suddenly, amidst the blur of its journey, the Alpha looked up to see a familiar chrome face. Winter was there, camped on a small hill overlooking the path. For a moment, the Alpha's heart leapt. It wanted to run to him, to join its mentor, its father figure. But Winter pointed towards the camp, his head shaking subtly. The time for bonds was past. It was now time for the Alpha to fulfill its destiny. With a heavy heart, but an undeterred spirit, the Alpha ran past Winter, its gaze set firmly on the outpost. Standing alone on his hill, Winter was seen removing his mask and wiping something from his face, a rare show of emotion for someone so usually detached. He then turned and walked back towards his laboratory. His role as the guide was complete. It was time for the Alpha to reconnect with its pack and assume its rightful place as their leader. The Alpha approached the outpost with a mix of anticipation and readiness. The outpost lay ahead, visible now, a beacon pulling it forward. This was more than a return. It was a claim to its heritage and a step-in into the role it was born to fill. As the Alpha neared the outpost, its heart pounded, not just with exertion, but with the imminent meeting of its family. It was ready to lead, to protect, and to thrive as the true Alpha. The wilderness whispered of its return, and the moonlight cast a path, leading it home. The time had come for the Alpha to take its place at the head of the pack, to be Alpha once more. As the landscape blurs past the swiftly moving form of the Alpha, the air thick with the crisp scent of pine and impending snow, the tension across the land escalates. The outpost, a fragile bastion of humanity and Lycan kinship, braces for what may come. Will the arrival of the true Alpha bring salvation or further chaos? Elder and Serana, with their dark machinations, have not been idle. Their plans to obliterate any resistance are nearing fruition, and the outpost might be their first casualty. With the undead forces still at their command, despite Winter's intervention, the question remains, will the Alpha arrive in time to thwart their sinister plans? Meanwhile, Winter, the enigmatic guardian of the Alpha, returns to his laboratory, his mind burdened with the weight of his actions and decisions. His attachment to the Alpha was unexpected, and now, with their paths diverging, he must reassess his role in this intricate tapestry of power. What moves will he make from the shadows to ensure the Alpha's success? As the Alpha races against time and destiny, its primal heart knows only the pull of its pack and the burning need to protect and lead, but the journey is fraught with peril and the outcome uncertain. The Alpha's arrival at the outpost is imminent, yet so many factors remain in flux. Will the Alpha find its pack in time to save them? Or will Elder and Serana's dark forces prevail? How will the dynamics shift when these powerful beings finally converge at the outpost? Prepare for a tale of epic proportions in Crimson Dawn, Series 2, Part 6, where the fate of the Alpha, the survival of the outpost, and the shadows cast by Winter's past actions will collide in a story of power, loyalty, and the eternal struggle for balance. Stay tuned as the saga continues to unfold, where every heartbeat and every growl writes the history of their world. The siege of the outpost. As dawn broke over the horizon, a sense of impending doom hung heavily over the outpost. The first rays of sunlight, usually a symbol of hope, today seemed to herald the advance of a dark tide. Lucan, Captain Harris, and Commander Lewis, alongside all members of the Wolfpack, were tensely preparing for the assault they knew was coming. A massive invasion, led by Eldur's undead army. The outpost had been fortified to the best of their abilities, but as the distant rumble of thousands of undead feet marching in unison became audible, even the bravest hearts among them felt a chill. Eldur's undead army, a seemingly unstoppable force, advanced with the precision of a well-oiled machine. At the forefront were the undead warriors, Eldur's elite, each one trained to fight with ruthless efficiency. As the horde approached, the defenders of the outpost took their positions. Lucan roared orders, trying to bolster the morale of the Lycan fighters who stood ready to protect their home and their human allies. Captain Harris and Commander Lewis coordinated the human defenses, their faces set in grim determination. The first wave of the undead crashed against the outpost's defences like a tidal wave against the cliffs. The sounds of battle roared through the air, metal clashing, snarls, and the cries of the fallen. Despite their valiant efforts and strategic planning, the outpost's defenders quickly realised they were outmatched. The undead warriors, skilled and numerous, tore through the barricades with horrifying ease. The wolf-pack fought with a primal ferocity, their teeth and claws stained with the decay of their foes, but even their supernatural strength was not enough. One by one they fell, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers and the relentless assault of the undead. Lucan, his fur matted with blood, fought desperately at the front lines, his heart sinking as he saw his packmates overwhelmed. Inside the command centre, Captain Harris and Commander Lewis watched in horror through the surveillance monitors. The images before them spoke of a battle turning into a massacre. The outpost, so full of life and hope just hours before, was now on the verge of a complete destruction. From a vantage point, Elder and Serana watched the destruction unfold with gleeful smiles. Their faces, illuminated by the fires of the burning outpost, the success of their undead warriors filled them with a dark joy. Each scream of despair from the outpost, a note in their symphony of destruction. The outpost, once a bustling haven of cooperation and resistance, was now being torn apart. Buildings that had stood as symbols of human and Lycan resilience were now ablaze or crumbling under the onslaught. The defenders, despite their bravery and determination, were being pushed back, their lines breaking under the ceaseless waves of undead. This chapter in the story of the outpost was one of desperation and helplessness, a stark display of the raw power Elder wielded, and a grim reminder of the potential fate of all those who stood against him. The survivors, those few who still stood, were forced to retreat further into the heart of the outpost, their eyes haunted by the loss of their comrades and the potential end of their cause. As the outpost defences crumbled under the relentless assault, every remaining person, hardened by desperation, grasped any weapon they could find. The air was thick with despair and the stench of defeat. Among the defenders, the feeling of hopelessness was palpable as they watched their friends and fellow fighters fall one by one to the unstoppable undead horde. The remaining Lycan, bloodied and beaten, lay scattered across the outpost, their strength dwindling. Lucan, grievously injured but still resolute, retreated with Captain Harris to the last safe point within the outpost. "We make our last stand here," Captain Harris declared, his voice rough with fatigue and determination. "Even in the face of overwhelming odds, we must fight. We must not give in. Until our last breath, we must believe. We must have hope," he implored, trying to ignite a flicker of resolve in the eyes of those who remained. His words were meant to inspire, but the wave of undead advancing towards them seemed like an insurmountable tide, drowning out all but the faintest hope. The outpost members, surrounded by the ruins of what they had once called a sanctuary, felt a deep, crushing despair. They were outnumbered, outmatched, and seemingly destined for defeat. Their hands tightened around their weapons, their hearts heavy with the imminent end. At that critical moment, the Alpha reached the outskirts of the outpost. From afar, it could see and feel the plight of its kin on the brink of annihilation. These Lycan were strong, but they were not of true blood, not like the Alpha. With a powerful leap, the Alpha threw itself into the path of the oncoming undead warriors. The wounded Lycan, near death and defeated, lay scattered and broken. Yet, as the Alpha roared, a sound so primal and powerful that it seemed to emanate from the very core of nature itself, they sensed something transformative. This roar wasn't just heard, it was felt, vibrating through every soul, every essence and life force present. It was a call to arms, a revival, a primal summons that no true Lycan could ignore. Suddenly, an incredible phenomenon occurred. The fallen Lycan began to stand, invigorated by a newfound strength, more primal and powerful than ever before. Even Lucan, shifting from his broken and wounded human form, screamed as he transformed. "For the Alpha!" he roared, his voice echoing the newfound resolve. A mystical connection formed among them, binding them to the Alpha. Their eyes blazed with primal rage, a mirror of the Alpha's own ferocity. As they rose, they tore through the undead army with renewed vigor and unrelenting force. Nothing seemed to stand in their way anymore. The Alpha entered the fray, its raw power unmatched by any force the undead could muster. With the Alpha leading them, the Lycan cleared the battlefield, each undead warrior falling one after another under their relentless assault. This unexpected resurgence changed the tide of battle. What seemed like an imminent defeat turned into a spectacular stand, a testament to the unyielding spirit and primal power of the Lycan under the true Alpha's lead. The battlefield, once a scene of despair, became a ground of triumphant resurgence as they reclaimed their home from the clutches of darkness. Perched from their hidden vantage point, Eldur and Serana watched the unfolding carnage with growing dread. The darkened shelter shielded them from the daylight, but not from the seismic shift occurring on the battlefield below. As the Alpha's presence became undeniable, a true blood Lycan radiating primal power, Eldur's face contorted in disbelief. "This can't be," he muttered, his voice a mixture of fear and astonishment. Serana, feeling the palpable shift in power, began to retreat into the shadows, her voice trembling. "A true blood will spell our doom. We should not have meddled with the undead," she warned, her eyes wide with fear. "The balance was disrupted. We shall now surely pay." "No," Eldur snapped, his voice hardened with resolve but edged with desperation. "The humans must pay. They forced me to suffer for years. They must pay," he insisted, refusing to accept the inevitable. Peering out once more, they saw the undeniable truth. Their undead army was being decimated. Serana, her confidence shattered, slowly backed away and vanished into the shadows, leaving Eldur to face the consequences alone. "Coward," he shouted after her, his voice echoing hollowly in the empty space. On the battlefield, the Alpha stood tall among the fallen undead, its breathing deep and rhythmic, filled with the scent of victory and the lingering stench of decay. It sensed the root of this conflict. Eldur. With a slight motion of its head towards Fort Eldur, it signaled the pack, and like a wave, they surged forward, unstoppable. Reaching Fort Eldur, the Alpha and its pack encountered little resistance. The few remaining undead guards fell swiftly, like leaves in a storm. The Alpha, now surrounded by its newly formed pack, roared triumphantly, a sound that shook the very foundations of the fort. Emerging from the shadows, but still clinging to them, Eldur appeared, his figure a mix of defiance and despair. Faced with this unstoppable, primal force, he found himself helpless, his usual cunning and control stripped away, as he begged for his life, pleading, "I only did what I had to survive." His voice was tinged with a pathetic desperation. As the Alpha prepared to strike the final blow, a commanding voice filled the air, echoing around the ruins of the fort. "No," it thundered. "You must not disrupt the balance." This voice, was more felt than heard, its authority undeniable. It was Lysander, the ancient Lycan god, whose will was as much a part of the land as the rocks and trees. The Alpha, recognizing the command, hesitated, and then, with a final look of disdain towards Eldur, turned to leave. Eldur, defeated and alone, received a commanding look from the Alpha, a silent order to abandon this place forever. Taking the only option left to him, Eldur vanished into the shadows. His reign of terror ended as abruptly as it had begun. As the Alpha led its pack away from Fort Eldur, a new era dawned for the Lycan and their allies. The balance had been restored, but at what cost? The battlefield lay quiet, a stark reminder of the brutal clash for survival. The world of the supernatural had been forever altered, and the consequences of these changes were yet to be fully understood. Outside the outpost, the Lycan pack, now fully under the Alpha's command, stood formidable and united. The remaining inhabitants of the outpost were busily clearing the aftermath of the battle, tending to the wounded and mourning the dead. Despite the destruction, there was a palpable sense of relief that the siege was over and they had survived, albeit barely. Captain Harris, bloodied and weary yet wearing a grateful smile, ran towards the pack, his arms open in thanks. "You did it!" he shouted joyously, but before he could get close, the remaining members of the wolf pack leapt in front of him, forming a protective barrier around the Alpha. They stood their ground, growling defensively at anyone who dared approach their leader. The captain stopped abruptly, shock registering on his face as he realized the change in the wolf pack. They were no longer just the allies he had known and fought alongside. They had transformed into true pack members, bound by a deeper, more primal loyalty to the Alpha. At that moment, Captain Harris wasn't sure if they were about to be slaughtered by the very saviors of the outpost. Lucan, now back in his human form, stepped forward to speak with Captain Harris, his expression somber. "We were never our true selves without the Alpha," Lucan explained. "The Alpha has unleashed our primal rage, our true nature. We will leave now. We follow the Alpha." Lucan continued, his voice firm yet filled with a hint of regret. "The Alpha will not take this place. Not because of us. We have asked him to spare this place at great risk to ourselves. Should you see the Alpha again, it will be the last thing you see." With those final words, the Alpha began to walk away, the power of its presence almost palpable in the air. The Wolfpack followed without hesitation, their steps resolute. They left the outpost and the survivors behind, disappearing into the wilderness that had called them back to their roots. As the figures of the pack faded into the distance, the survivors of the outpost stood in silence, watching them go. The departure of the Lycan pack marked the end of an era and the beginning of a new chapter for those left at the outpost. They were alone now, left to rebuild and fortify their home, knowing the world outside had changed irreversibly. The threat of the undead had been quelled, but the outpost was now starkly aware of the powerful forces at play in the world beyond their walls. The balance had shifted, and they could only wonder what the future would hold. As the dust settled and the last echoes of the departing Lycan pack faded into the distance, the survivors of the outpost faced the arduous task of returning to what was once Fort Haven. The fortress, a symbol of their resilience and unity, lay in partial ruin, a stark reminder of the recent siege and the relentless battles fought within and around its walls. The return was somber, yet determined. The survivors, led by Captain Harris and Commander Lewis, walked through the gates of Fort Haven, their eyes taking in the extent of the damage. The walls, that had once stood proud and defiant were now marred by the scars of war, crumbled in parts, blackened by fire in others. "We will rebuild," Captain Harris declared as they gathered in the heart of the fort, amidst the rubble and remnants of their defences. The group around him, weary yet unbroken in spirit, nodded in agreement. Commander Lewis stepped forward, spreading out a set of blueprints on a makeshift table made from debris. "We need to rebuild, yes, but more importantly, we need to rethink our defences based on what we've learned," he said, pointing to the plans that now included new fortifications and traps designed specifically to counter undead assaults and deter any supernatural entities. "There are others out there," added a new voice, one of the younger leaders who had risen during the recent conflicts. "Other survivors, other enclaves. We need to find them, bring them here, or establish new outposts. We are stronger together, and our combined knowledge could make us a formidable force against any supernatural threats." The discussions moved swiftly from recovery to proactive strategies. The world had indeed changed, and with it, the nature of their existence had to evolve. They couldn't merely survive, they needed to thrive, to grow in power and understanding. The spectre of supernatural entities, undead, vampires, and werewolves, loomed large, a constant threat that could re-emerge at any time. "We must grow in power, power enough to defeat the supernatural should they return," Captain Harris said firmly, his gaze steady as he surveyed the group. "This isn't just about rebuilding walls, it's about fortifying our very existence." As the meeting concluded, the survivors dispersed to begin the work. Teams were formed, each with specific tasks, some to clear debris and repair damages, others to scout the surrounding areas for resources or potential allies. The air was filled with the sounds of construction, the clinking of metal, the sawing of wood, and the determined voices of people who had faced the darkness and lived to tell the tale. Fort Haven was coming back to life, slowly but surely. It was transforming not just in its physical form, but also in its purpose and resolve. As the sun set over the newly bustling fort, it cast long shadows and a glow of hope, a symbol that life at Fort Haven would not only continue, but would rise stronger and more prepared than ever before. Elder moved stealthily from shadow to shadow, the hunted becoming the hunter once more, though now he was merely a fugitive from powers he could neither match nor understand. "Elders, we are nothing more than insects," he murmured bitterly as he wandered through the desolate landscape. "The world has changed, but we have become the lowest on the scale, even lower than the humans." Finding solace in an abandoned old building that seemed to have once served as a storage unit for wood, Elder settled in. It was a place to rest, to reflect on the ruins of his ambitions and the fall of his kind. The sage Varric and the elders, all gone. What good are elders who cannot even defeat the humans? He lamented, his voice echoing in the hollow space. "We were supposed to be the most powerful. What are we now? A handful of parasites running from humans and Lycan." As he continued to brood over his fate and the apparent end of the Elder's era, he felt a profound sense of defeat. Maybe the time for Elders is over. Maybe my time is over. The Lycan are too strong, the undead too vast, the humans too resourceful, and we, the Elders, once the proudest, most ancient and powerful of them all, are now nothing. This world is nothing. Just then, a noise like thunder shattered the silence, followed by a sensation of immense power breaking into the world from another realm. Elder, startled, looked up to see a powerful vision materialize before him, an imposing figure exuding regality and ancient strength. It was the Elder God, the vampire deity, whom Elder recognized with awe and fear. This god's appearance was regal, powerful, immortal. "The reason you failed, Elder, is because you played with the power of another," the god spoke, his voice resonant and commanding. "The undead deity," he continued, giving a name to the force Elder had recklessly tampered with. "We do not need to borrow power from another. We are elders." Elder, feeling both chastened and desperate, questioned his god. "What power do we have? What power have you given us? We cannot even defeat the Lycan." "The Lycan were born to limit the spread of the elders in the days of the humans," the vampire god explained. "While the humans once again rebuild their kind and begin to populate this world, the Lycan are few. You, Elder, will spread the power of the elders. All this while, you never used your greatest power, the power to create new elders, transform the humans, their numbers grow. Do it while the Lycan are still small in number." With those final words, the vision faded, leaving Elder alone once again. But now, a new plan was forming in his mind, a spark of ambition reignited. Could he be the true savior of the elders? Was he destined to be the new sage, the one to restore the elders to their former glory? As the realization settled, Elder felt a surge of purpose. This was not the end, but perhaps a new beginning. He stood up, his resolve hardened, ready to embrace this daunting task. If the elders were to rise again, it would be by his hand, and through the power he had neglected, the power to create, to transform, to dominate. Elder, now fully embracing his ancient heritage and newly awakened purpose, hid in the shadows of the farm, a place he had covertly turned into his sanctuary and hunting ground. This was no ordinary farm. Unbeknownst to its human inhabitants, it had become a feeding ground for a vampire. Night after night, Elder moved like a ghost among them, drawing sustenance with such subtlety that his presence went unnoticed. The humans, attributing their constant sickness and weakness to the hardships of their new world, were unaware of the predator in their midst. Tonight, however, Elder's actions would shift from parasitic survival to a deliberate act of creation. He watched from the darkness as one of the farm's inhabitants, a man named Thomas, prepared for bed. Thomas, like the others, had no idea of the true cause of his nightly fatigue. Once Thomas had settled into bed and fallen into a deep sleep, Elder silently emerged from the shadow. With a predator's precision, Elder approached the bedside. He paused, observing Thomas's unsuspecting face, then leaned down and began to feed. Unlike his usual careful sips, this time he drained Thomas completely, absorbing the very essence of his life until there was nothing left. Once Thomas lay pale and still, Elder took a sharp object and made a small cut on his own finger. He allowed his dark, potent blood to drip into Thomas's mouth, an act that was both ritualistic and deliberate. He whispered ancient words under his breath, words that carried the weight of centuries of power and darkness. After some time, as the moon cast its pale light through the window, Thomas's eyes suddenly snapped open. They shone with an unnatural light, the first sign of his transformation. Elder, standing over him with a mix of paternal pride and dark anticipation, welcomed him to his new existence. "Welcome, brother," Elder said softly, his voice carrying an assurance of their shared destiny. "We are the first of a new beginning." Thomas sat up, confusion and realization crossing his features as he touched his throat, feeling the lingering pain of Elder's bite. His life as a human was over, but his existence as something far more powerful had just begun. Outside, the night air was still, as if nature itself was holding its breath, watching the birth of this new dark force. Eldur knew that the process he had started this night would not be isolated. It was the first step in a larger plan, a strategy to rebuild the ranks of the Elders and restore their dominance in a world that had nearly forgotten them. As he guided Thomas, now his progeny, through the first hours of his new life, Eldur felt a renewed sense of purpose. The world had indeed changed, but he was determined to ensure that the Elders would not only adapt, but also rise to reign once again. This farm was just the beginning. Eldur, feeling invigorated by his newfound direction, employed his shadow influence to search the dark corners of the world for Serana. "Serana, are you there? I know you can hear me," he called out into the void, his voice a resonant thread woven into the fabric of the shadows. "Things have changed. We can win again," he declared, his tone infused with a renewed sense of purpose and certainty. After a moment of silence that stretched through the shadows, Serana materialized. Her emergence from the darkness was cautious, her expression one of wary suspicion. "If this is some type of trick to get revenge, Elder, it will not work," she stated firmly, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of deceit. What she saw, however, left her momentarily speechless. Standing around Elder were 5 new Elders, recently transformed, their eyes glowing with the nascent power of their vampiric heritage. "What is this?" Serana asked, her voice a mixture of disbelief and intrigue. Eldur looked around at his newly created kin, his expression one of pride and determination. He then turned his gaze back to Serana, ready to unveil his vision. "This," he began, his voice rising with the fervor of his beliefs, "is the rebirth of our kind. For too long, we Elders have skulked in the shadows, scavenging scraps of power, fearing the world and its changes. We have used the powers of others, relied on manipulations and deceptions, when all the while we held the greatest power within ourselves." He stepped forward, his aura of leadership more pronounced than ever. "Our rightful place is not at the fringes of this world, Serana. It is at the very top, as the dominant species. We are the night's true rulers, and it's time we reclaimed that birthright." Eldur's voice grew more passionate as he continued. "We have been held back, trapped by old fears and old wars, but now..." He paused, his gaze sweeping over his new creations before settling on Serana. "I will set us all free. No longer will we be shadows, fearing the light. We will be the darkness that swallows it." Serana, looking at the conviction in Eldur's eyes and the unmistakable power radiating from the new Elders, felt a stirring of something long dormant within her, a spark of ambition and a reminder of their true nature. Eldur's words resonated with a part of her that she had suppressed in the face of recent defeats. "Is this truly possible?" she asked, the skepticism in her voice now tinged with a curious hope. "Yes," Eldur affirmed, stepping closer to her. "With these new Elders, and many more to come, we will build an army not of undead pawns, but of true Elders. We will not hide from the world. We will rule it." As the night wind whispered through the trees around them, a new chapter for the Elders began to unfold, one that promised power, domination, and a return to the glory of their darkest days. Eldur and Serana, united by a common vision, looked out into the night, ready to forge their path of resurgence, no longer as survivors, but as sovereigns. As the dusk settled into the deep blue of night, the landscape of the supernatural and human world was quietly shifting. The Alpha and its revitalized wolf pack, now embracing their primal essence, roamed the wilderness. Their newfound power and wild nature posed a stirring question. What threats might they bring to a world still reeling from chaos? Their fierce independence and raw strength made them unpredictable, a wild card in the ever-evolving game of power. Elsewhere, the undead, though momentarily quelled, remained a lurking danger. Not all had fallen to the might of the Wolfpack, and their numbers, while reduced, still whispered of the potential for resurgence. These creatures of decay, under no one's control, could once again rise to form a menacing army of the night. Meanwhile, Eldur's actions had set a new narrative in motion for the Elders. As they grew in number and strength, their ambition to dominate the night and reclaim their ancient supremacy posed a formidable threat. With Eldur and Serana at the helm, the Elders were no longer mere shadows of the past. They were a growing force, driven by a vision to rule over all. The humans, ever resilient, continued to rebuild amidst these supernatural tumults. Their communities, strengthened by adversity, were expanding, their defenses bolstered by the knowledge of the threats that prowled in the darkness. Yet, as they grew in number and fortitude, the question remained: would they be ready to face a world where the night was alive, with more than just shadows? And then there was Winter, the mysterious figure who had orchestrated the rise of the Alpha. His motivations remained as obscured as his actions. Was his manipulation of the Alpha merely a move in a larger, more sinister plan? Or was there a deeper purpose to his interventions? One that might yet reveal a new threat or an unexpected ally? As the curtain falls on this chapter of the Crimson Dawn, these questions hang in the air, heavy with the promise of answers and the inevitability of confrontation. The supernatural entities, each with their agendas and ancient powers, are set to collide in a struggle that could reshape the boundaries between night and day, human and supernatural. Stay tuned for Crimson Dawn, Episode 7, coming soon, where the fates of the Alpha, the Elders, the Undead, and the humans will converge in a tale of power, betrayal, and survival in the shadow of the ever-watchful night. Beneath the shattered sky's mournful shroud, a god of death, once crowned, now unbowed, surveys his fallen, his legion's disgrace, their defeat etched deep in the earth's cold face. From shadow's embrace his dark power swells, a chant through the night, like a wind from hells. With each whispered curse, the ground stirs, bereft, as he summons anew the undead, left deft. No longer mere pawns in a mortal's played game, these creatures rise fierce, with eyes of flame. The balance once broken now shifts 'neath their tread, for the era of living has quietly bled. A new kingdom looms on the brink of this night, where the undead god reigns in unhallowed light. His army, once fallen, now starkly reformed, in a world where the living will soon be transformed. So beware, ye still breathing, the tide has now turned, for the undead god marches, and his wrath unspurned. The rise of Necros. The battlefield lay silent, a grim tableau of defeat, where the remnants of the undead sprawled across the muddy ground. This was not an isolated scene. Nearby another battlefield told a similar tale. Here too, the undead had been vanquished, their forms scattered and broken under a bleak sky. They had become the weakest player in the supernatural struggle for dominance, their powers exploited and drained by others to bolster different, more powerful entities. Once feared, the undead now seemed on the brink of becoming an afterthought in the annals of supernatural warfare. As dusk crept across these desolate fields, a peculiar disturbance unfolded on one such abandoned battleground. The earth trembled slightly, unnoticed at first, then more insistently, from the centre of the devastation. Amidst the bodies of his fallen warriors, the ground split, and a figure rose. This was no ordinary undead. This was Nekros, the undead god, now embodying the form of what he ruled. Nekros stood tall, his visage a terrifying blend of decay and divine wrath. He surveyed the field with a cold, contemptuous gaze. The sight of his race, once powerful and now reduced to mere tools by others, filled him with a dark fury. He sensed not only the physical defeats, but also felt the meddling of other gods in the affairs of his creations, the interference that had tilted the scales against his own. With a grim determination, Nekros decided that the time had come to assert his dominion and restore the undead to their rightful place in the supernatural hierarchy. Raising his arms towards the darkening heavens, he chanted in a tongue forgotten by time. The air around him crackled with power, a stark contrast to the quietude of the battlefield. As he invoked his divine might, the fallen undead began to stir. One by one they rose, their eyes now glowing with the fire of the gods, his fire. Nekros imbued them with a portion of his own divine essence, transforming these once defeated creatures into avatars of his wrath and will. "The balance has changed," Nekros proclaimed, his voice echoing like thunder over the fields. Since the emergence of the supernaturals on this earth, and the undead unleashed by man, a new balance within nature's world was formed, one where the undead now walked this earth, and I, Nekros, will ensure their victory. With this new army of divinely empowered undead, Nekros prepared to march. This time, he would not be a bystander in the supernatural conflicts. He would lead from the front, wielding power beyond comprehension, ready to tip the scales and rewrite the rules of engagement. The undead, under his direct command, would no longer be pawns, but key players in the shaping of the world's fate. The rise of Nekros marked a new chapter in the supernatural wars, a chapter where the undead god would no longer tolerate the abuse and exploitation of his children. The night was about to witness the wrath of a god long thought defeated, and with him the resurrection of the undead as a formidable force on the global supernatural stage. The unseen power. The morning was crisp and still in the woodland community, a hidden refuge tucked away from the chaos that often ruled the outer world. A scout, part of a small group responsible for patrolling the area, was the first to spot the danger. "Here comes another group of them," he shouted back to his comrades, his eyes fixed on a small cluster of figures shambling towards their position. "There's only around 10. We can take them easily," he confidently added. The scout group, comprising 5 members, was seasoned in dealing with such threats. The undead were a common nuisance, and this group had honed their skills in culling these creatures, turning their routine into an almost mundane chore. However, today was different. As the first scout approached the undead to deliver a blow that should have easily dispatched one of the figures, he paused, noticing something unsettling. "Their eyes are glowing," he muttered, an edge of uncertainty in his voice. He swung his heavy makeshift weapon, a large, crudely fashioned club, expecting the satisfying crunch of impact. Instead, his strike landed with a hollow thud, as if he had hit a solid wall of stone. The undead creature turned slowly toward him, its glowing eyes piercing the dim light of the forest. With unnerving strength, it grabbed the scout by the arm, lifting him off the ground as if he were no heavier than a child. The other members of the scout team rushed in, swinging their weapons with desperate intensity, but to no avail. Their blows seemed futile barely causing the creature to flinch. One by one, the other undead creatures moved with unnatural speed and strength, grabbing the remaining scouts. The sounds of struggle were brief. The eerie power of these new undead left the scouts overwhelmed and powerless. From a distance, their screams cut through the quiet woods, sending a chilling warning to the hidden community, followed by a haunting silence that spoke of a grim fate. The small group of empowered undead continued their advance, moving with purposeful strides towards the heart of the hidden community. Their knowledge of its location, somehow precise and calculated, suggested a guiding force beyond mere instinct or random wandering. This encounter marked a terrifying realization for the community. The undead, once easily managed threats, had evolved into something far more formidable. The new strength they exhibited hinted at a darker influence, reshaping the landscape of power within the supernatural world. As the community braced for what was coming, a deep-seated fear took root. The balance had indeed shifted, and survival now depended on facing an enemy unlike any they had known before. The desecration of the graveyard. In the heart of the hidden woodland community, the early tranquility was shattered by the shrill blare of an alarm. A guard perched atop a lookout post barked down urgently. "A group of around 15 undead coming this way." The news sent a ripple of fear through the community. The undead, now increased by 5 since the last encounter, advanced with relentless determination towards the settlement. As the community's defenders rushed to their posts, weapons at the ready to repel what they expected to be another manageable skirmish, the approaching undead horde veered unexpectedly toward a small, sacred site adjacent to the community, a makeshift graveyard where the fallen members of the community were laid to rest, honored for their sacrifices in past battles of survival. The horde halted at the graveyard's edge, just as the sky rumbled ominously with thunder. Then, amidst the charged air, a chilling scene unfolded. A peculiar figure among the undead, distinct from the others in stature and presence, stepped forward. This was Nekros, the undead god, his appearance signaling a dark turning of the tide. With a solemn yet sinister gesture, he raised his hand over the humble graves. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a ghostly light emanated from beneath the soil. One by one, the graves began to stir, and the bodies of the community's fallen heroes rose from their eternal slumber. The sight of friends and family, now reanimated with blazing fiery eyes akin to their disturber, struck a deep chord of horror and betrayal throughout the community. As quickly as he had appeared, Nekros vanished, leaving behind his newly risen army. The undead, with their ranks now grotesquely swollen by the community's own deceased, turned their hollow gazes toward the living, ready to assault the heart of the community. Disgusted and horrified at this profound desecration, the community's guards charged forward to meet the undead with grim resolve. However, their efforts were futile. Their weapons seemed to merely glance off the resilient forms of the undead. One by one, the guards fell, overwhelmed by the supernatural strength of their foes. Mere moments later, those who had fallen rose again, their eyes now alight with the unholy fire of Nekros' will, augmenting the ranks of their assailants. In the chaos, the remaining onlookers within the community scrambled to respond. Orders were shouted to lock the gates, but panic had already taken root. As the undead marched inexorably closer, the gates of the woodland community were sealed with trembling hands. The sounds of the approaching undead, a grim march of doom. Inside the walls, the community members gathered, faces pale and hearts pounding with dread. The betrayal of seeing their once valiant defenders, now part of the undead horde, was a psychological blow as crushing as the physical threat looming outside. They braced themselves, knowing that the battle for their survival had taken a dreadful turn. With the enemy now bolstered by their own, the night was set to be long and survival uncertain, as they faced an enemy reborn from their own ranks. The fall of the woodland camp, the relentless battering against the gates, resonated through the woodland community like the ominous drumbeats of an ancient war. Each thud, stark and powerful, was akin to a battering ram smashing into the ancient timbers, powerful and unstoppable. As more undead joined the assault, the force of their combined might became overwhelming. It was not long before the once sturdy gates, which had stood as a beacon of refuge and safety, crumbled and splintered under the supernatural strength of the undead horde. As the gates gave way, the last bastion of hope for the woodland camp's survivors faltered. The small group of remaining defenders, armed with whatever weapons they had scavenged, mounted a desperate resistance. But it was in vain. The new power possessed by the undead, augmented by Necros's divine wrath, was beyond anything the world had previously witnessed. The undead swept through the breaches in the gates like a plague, unstoppable and insidious. The defenders, their numbers already thin from previous skirmishes, and their spirits battered by the sight of their fallen friends turned foes, fought bravely but hopelessly. One by one, they were overwhelmed, not just by the physical might of their attackers, but by the horrific realization of their own impending doom. In the chaos, the tragic story of the undead's resurgence unfolded, a tale of human hubris and supernatural envy. The undead, originally reanimated by man's corruption and relentless experimentation with viruses in a misguided quest for eternal life, had once been a controlled group, relegated to the shadows of myth and nightmare. However, as the elders, driven by their own desperate search for power, began to meddle and siphon the inherent powers of the undead, they inadvertently destabilized the delicate balance of supernatural forces. Necros, the god of the undead, had watched as his creations were exploited and diminished, their powers stolen to bolster the elders' fading might. This desecration had not gone unnoticed or unchallenged. Now, with the return of Necros, a sinister correction was underway. He was not just reclaiming the stolen vitality of his followers, he was reshaping the very fabric of the supernatural hierarchy. As Necros manipulated the balance in retribution for the interference of other supernatural gods, the world was forced to witness the consequences of its own actions. Actions that had brought back the undead into a new era of domination. The woodland community, once a sanctuary of human resilience and hope, became a stark testament to this new reality. The night air was filled with the sounds of despair and destruction as the undead, fueled by divine vengeance, claimed the camp in the name of their once forgotten god. As the last of the resistance faltered, the survivors of the woodland camp were left with a grim choice: flee into the uncertain safety of the dark woods, or succumb to the merciless will of the undead. The legacy of mankind's ambition and the elders' greed had come full circle, leaving a world teetering on the brink of a new dark age, governed by the resurrected power of the undead. Elder led his newly formed cadre of elders through the darkened woods, their shadows merging and stretching as they moved silently towards their target, a human community reputed to be both well hidden and well stocked. Before they broke through the tree line, Elder paused, his voice a whisper that carried through the night. "We shall all feed well tonight, my brothers and sisters, for this camp is rich with the living." As they emerged from the shadows on the outskirts of the woodland community, Elder's anticipation turned to confusion. The gates, usually secure and bustling with activity, were smashed open, hanging off their hinges. There was no sign of struggle, no sounds of life, just an eerie silence that draped over the area like a heavy shroud. He and his group of elders entered the community, which was typically alive with the hustle of human activity. Now it lay deserted. The place was empty. Not a soul stirred. No bodies, living or dead, were to be found. "What is this?" Eldor exclaimed, his voice echoing through the abandoned lanes. "I know this place was full of humans. What could have happened?" One of the elders, a keen-eyed vampire named Morven, noted a peculiar detail. "All the bodies in the graveyard have been taken," he reported, his voice low and measured. Eldor's mind raced as he processed this information. "Someone got here before us. Someone is taking our stock for themselves," he concluded, his voice tinged with anger and a growing sense of urgency. The thought of another force, powerful enough to clear out an entire community and its graveyard, was both a challenge and a threat to his authority. "I will find out who and put an end to them," Eldor declared with a cold finality. His resolve hardened, and his eyes glinted with a predatory gleam. This unexpected turn of events would not deter him. Rather, it stoked the fires of his ambition. Whoever was responsible had unwittingly ignited a new conflict, one that Eldor was now eager to engage in. With the night deepening around them, Eldor gathered his group of elders. They would need to regroup and gather information. The desolation of what was once a thriving human sanctuary had become the first clue in uncovering a new adversary. Eldor knew the path ahead would be fraught with danger and discovery, but he was ready. The game of power and survival was evolving, and he was determined to emerge victorious, no matter the darkness he would have to traverse. The confrontation at the warehouse. Sometime later, Eldor returned to his hideout, an abandoned warehouse that had become the clandestine meeting place for his cadre of elders. Inside, he found Serana poring over old texts and maps, searching for any clue that might explain the mystery of the deserted woodland community. Eldor relayed the disturbing details of the empty village and the missing bodies, prompting a deep discussion about potential adversaries and the unsettling new dynamics at play. As they debated, a sudden commotion outside the warehouse disrupted their conversation. Peering out through the grimy windows, they spotted a small group of shambling undead approaching their hideout. Eldor, irritated by the interruption, snapped, "Someone kill those things, will you?" Expecting a swift resolution, one of the newer elders launched his shadow form at the undead, a technique that had always proved lethal. However, this time, the shadow collided with the undead like hitting a solid wall. The impact was jarring, and the elder was repelled back, stunned and bewildered. "What?" Eldor exclaimed in disbelief. Before they could recover from the shock, the undead seized the opportunity. They advanced, grabbing the disoriented elder and lifting him off the ground as if he weighed nothing. In a panic, the elder transformed into shadow and retreated hastily to Eldor's side. As the undead continued their relentless advance, Serana stepped forward. "Let me try," she declared, slipping into the shadows to reappear behind the undead. She attempted her usual shadow manipulation techniques, but to her frustration, nothing happened. Remembering the silver knife she always carried, Serana swiftly pulled it out and drove it into the head of one of the undead. The creature fell instantly, lifeless to the ground. Serana turned to Eldor with a triumphant smile. "Silver," she whispered through the shadows. She moved like a wraith among the undead, her silver blade flashing in the dim light. One by one, she dispatched the undead, the silver knife disrupting whatever force animated them. Back inside the warehouse, after the immediate threat was neutralized, Serana explained her observations. Simple physics, she began, cleaning her silver blade. Silver disrupts the flow of energy within these creatures. A metal like iron consists of positive metal ions and negative electrons that move around the solid between the ions. Silver, having a similar conductive property, seems to interfere with whatever energy animates these undead. It's not just a mythical weakness, it's a disruption of their fundamental energy flow. Eldur listened intently, processing the implications. If silver could disrupt the undead in such a manner, it offered a new weapon and a new strategy against their rising power. This knowledge was a valuable asset, and Eldur knew that leveraging it could tip the scales in their favor in the unfolding supernatural conflict. As they pondered their next moves, the elders realized that the world they knew was rapidly changing, and they would need to adapt just as quickly to survive and reclaim their dominance. Eldur convened a meeting with his elders, discussing the shifting dynamics of their supernatural world. They gathered around an old rugged table, the dim light of candles casting long shadows on the walls. As we've seen, Eldur began, his voice carrying the weight of urgency, the undead and the Lycan are actively increasing their ranks using humans as stock. It seems we are all converging on a similar strategy. One of the elders, a wise vampire named Martellus, nodded in agreement. It's true, every human camp and emerging community becomes a potential reservoir to bolster our numbers. It appears that whoever finds these humans first gains a significant advantage. Eldur leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. This battle will ultimately be won or lost based on how effectively we can convert these humans into our kind. The humans are the ingredient that will determine victory or defeat in this supernatural war. Back at the fort, Captain Harris, Samantha, and Commander Lewis stood surveying the progress of the repairs and enhancements to their defenses. They were remarkably efficient this time around. There really wasn't that much damage, and most of the defenses were easily rebuilt, Captain Harris remarked, with a hint of relief. As night descended over the fort, casting its veil of darkness, a guard on duty spotted something unusual in the distance. "Over there," he shouted, pointing towards the horizon, where a group of shuffling figures was slowly emerging. The burning fire in their eyes was unmistakable. "Undead!" he called out again, his voice tense. The fort sprang into action, every defender readying their weapons, prepared to protect their reclaimed sanctuary. But as the undead drew closer, the guard noticed another group, barely visible in the shadows. It was the elders, 5 of them, engaging the undead in a fierce and chaotic battle. Captain Harris, watching the scene unfold from atop the fort walls, was bewildered. "What is this?" he exclaimed. "Are they actually helping us?" Commander Lewis, joining him at the lookout, squinted towards the battle. "It seems so," he responded thoughtfully. Samantha, ever the strategist, chimed in with a dose of skepticism. "Or maybe they're fighting over who gets the first bite of us," she suggested, her eyes not leaving the melee below. The battle between the super undead and the elders was fierce and brutal. The fort's inhabitants watched as one of the elders fell, overwhelmed by the sheer strength of these enhanced undead. It was a stark display of the power these creatures possessed. However, the remaining elders, though clearly exhausted and drained, eventually gained the upper hand. After a grueling fight, the elders managed to subdue their undead adversaries, but did not linger to celebrate their victory. Instead, they vanished into the night, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with the fallen, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. The people of the fort were left in a state of mixed relief and confusion. The elders' intervention had inadvertently protected them, but the motive behind it remained unclear. Was it a mere coincidence, or part of a larger strategy? As the night wore on, the residents of the fort remained vigilant, aware that the line between ally and predator in this new world was as thin as ever. Clash of Titans. In the dense woodlands, the Alpha ran with its pack, a blur of motion under the canopy. Amidst the rhythmic sounds of paws against the earth, a deep, primal call resonated within the Alpha, a voice more felt than heard. This ancient summons spoke of urgency and purpose. The Lycan must grow their ranks. The Alpha was to use its cursed bite to convert humans into Lycan, for a war was brewing, a war of the supernaturals where speed and strength would determine survival. As the voice echoed through the woods, it warned of the undead and elders who were also amassing their forces, each looking to bolster their armies with the living. Sensing a nearby human community through their heightened senses, the pack adjusted their path, their pace quickening with purpose. Approaching the edges of a small settlement recently constructed from the survivors of other communities, the Lycan observed a grim scene. At the gates, a group of undead was already engaging in what appeared to be an attempt to breach the defenses. Unlike any undead they had previously encountered, these possessed a formidable, godlike aura. The Alpha, leading the pack from the front, didn't hesitate. With a powerful leap, it pounced on the first of these enhanced undead creatures. A tremendous swipe from the Alpha sent the creature flying, an attack that would have felled any ordinary foe. Yet, astonishingly, the undead rose again, its eyes burning with an unnatural fire as it counterattacked. The ensuing battle tested the Alpha's agility and strength as never before. After a fierce struggle, the Alpha managed to dispatch this formidable opponent. However, more undead pressed forward, slow but immensely powerful. Each blow they landed carrying the potential to seriously injure even the strongest Lycan. The pack rallied around the Alpha, engaging the undead with ferocity and precision. Normally, a skirmish with such odds would have been decisively quick, but these undead were different. Though the Lycan eventually overcame their adversaries, the toll was heavy. Fatigued and requiring time to heal, the pack could not afford another immediate confrontation. The small human community, witnessing this supernatural battle, watched in disbelief. Their fate hung in the balance, subject to the outcome of these violent encounters. As the Lycan retreated to their den for much-needed recovery, the humans were left to ponder their precarious position in a world where they were but pawns in a larger, more brutal game. The community's leaders gathered to discuss their options. With supernatural forces vying to claim them, they needed to fortify their defenses and perhaps seek alliances that could offer some semblance of protection. As night fell over the settlement, the air was thick with tension and uncertainty. The battle may have ended for the moment, but the war, the great war of the supernaturals, was just beginning, and every living soul was at risk of being swept away in its tides. The precarious balance. As the dust settled from the latest skirmishes, a deep unease permeated the air, touching all the corners of the supernatural and human worlds alike. The relentless battle to expand their ranks among the undead, Lycan, and elders had inadvertently disrupted the delicate balance of nature. This imbalance prompted a critical question. What would happen if one supernatural faction became too dominant? Could the natural order survive such a shift, or would it precipitate far worse consequences? Elder, in his pursuit of power, had used the undead's energy for his own gain, not fully understanding the consequences. His actions had not only exploited a vulnerability in the supernatural ecosystem, but had also invited the attention of higher, more powerful beings. This interference had now set the stage for potential calamity, affecting all who dwelt within this increasingly volatile environment. As the supernatural entities vied for dominance, the human survivors found themselves caught in an ever-tightening vice. The fort, under the leadership of Captain Harris, Samantha, and Commander Lewis, stood as a beacon of human resilience, but for how long? And what of the other scattered enclaves, like the camp led by Alex, Captain Knox, and Alana? Their struggles to survive and rebuild amidst such overwhelming odds painted a stark portrait of human vulnerability in a world that no longer favored them. The chapter closes with these pressing questions. Who will manage to build their ranks first among the supernatural factions? And amidst these titans clashing, what chance do the humans have to survive, let alone thrive? Teasing the next part of the saga, Crimson Dawn Part 8 promises to explore these very dilemmas. The undead, Lycan, and Elders are on a collision course, with each faction desperate to assert its dominance. Meanwhile, Marco, Nina, and Rachel embark on a crucial mission to unite the disparate human camps. Their journey is one not just of survival, but of finding a way to gain an edge. In a world that seems increasingly inclined to grind humanity underfoot. In the next installment, readers will dive deeper into the chaos and power struggles of a world where supernatural forces collide with the indomitable spirit of humanity. Will the natural balance be restored, or will the actions of a few tip the scales towards a darker, irreversible future? Find out in Crimson Dawn Part 8, where the fate of all hangs precariously in the balance. Echoes of the past. Marco, Nina, and Rebecca approached the serene outline of a small island set in the middle of a tranquil lake. The island, covered with the remnants of what once might have been a thriving camp, looked desolate and long abandoned. As they surveyed the shore from the mainland, Marco decided to swim across to ensure it was safe before bringing Nina and Rebecca over. After a brief swim, Marco found a small boat hidden among the reeds on the island's shore. He paddled back and ferried Nina and Rebecca to the island. They stepped onto the island with a mix of curiosity and caution, scanning the remnants of what seemed like a last stand. The camp was a shadow of its former self, the structures battered and weather-worn, suggesting abandonment many months, perhaps even years ago. It was clear that humans had once thrived here. The layout was well organized with communal areas, sleeping quarters, and defensive positions. However, the signs of a violent struggle were unmistakable. Doors bore deep claw scratches, and broken weapons littered the ground. Yet there were no bodies, just the silent testimony of those who once lived there. As they delved deeper into the ruins, Nina discovered a stack of moldy books and papers in what appeared to be the remains of a library or study area. Among these, she found an old, handwritten journal, the pages brittle and yellowed with age. She carefully flipped through the entries, which chronicled the daily struggles of the island's inhabitants against the relentless threats that haunted their world. The last entry in the journal caught her attention. It spoke of a small group from another camp, led by someone named Captain Knox, arriving at the island. The entry detailed discussions about a camp where vampires defended humans, hinting at a sanctuary unlike any other. Rushing over to Marco with the journal in hand, Nina exclaimed, "Look here, we must be on the right track." Marco took the journal, his eyes scanning the faded handwriting. "Yes, but how long ago was this? This place has been deserted for a long time, and it looks like something came through here, something angry. These marks are massive." Rebecca, who had been quietly exploring the perimeter, chimed in. "Captain Knox was the leader at our old facility. Maybe she found that base. Maybe she found the vampires." After a moment of thoughtful silence, Marco decided, "We'll camp here for the night. It seems safe enough, and we'll keep going in the morning." The trio settled in, taking refuge in one of the less damaged structures. As they prepared for a night's rest amidst the ruins, the silence of the island offered a deceptive peace, belying the turbulent and violent history etched into every corner of the camp. That night, as they rested, the weight of their journey and the clues they had uncovered settled around them. The past echoed through the abandoned camp, and the promise of answers lay just on the horizon. Unexpected reunion. As Marco, Nina, and Rebecca left the island, they continued their relentless search for the mysterious camp where vampires were said to protect humans. The day was long and scorching, the sun beating down unmercifully as they trudged through the underbrush. Exhausted, the trio finally sat down to rest under the sparse shade of a few scattered trees. "There's just nothing," Marco sighed, frustration evident in his voice. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, Nina tilted her head, her expression changing. "Wait," she said, her voice hushed. "Do you hear that? Is that a motor?" The trio ducked down instinctively as they saw a vehicle in the distance. The faint sound of rock music floated through the air, growing louder as the vehicle approached. Through his binoculars, Marco could make out two people in the rebuilt vehicle. "Give me those," Rebecca demanded impatiently. She snatched the binoculars from Marco and peered through them. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up and began running towards the vehicle, arms waving wildly. "Get down," cried Nina, her voice laced with anxiety. "We don't know who they are." At first, the vehicle did not seem to notice Rebecca. Then abruptly, it stopped. One of the occupants pointed in Rebecca's direction. "Too late now," Marco muttered resignedly as he and Nina stood up. The vehicle edged closer, and Rebecca shouted with recognition. "Captain Knox! It's me, Rebecca!" The vehicle screeched to a halt, and a woman stepped out, her presence exuding a palpable sense of strength and authority. "Rebecca, I thought you were gone," said Captain Knox, her voice filled with surprise and relief. A man also exited the vehicle, a figure of imposing stature with broad shoulders, who offered a warm, reassuring smile. "This is Alex," Captain Knox introduced. "How have you survived all this time?" Captain Knox asked Rebecca. "I had friends," Rebecca replied, glancing back at Marco and Nina with a grateful smile. Captain Knox then turned to introduce herself and Alex properly. Marco seized the opportunity. "We're looking for a camp where vampires defend the humans. We need help." Captain Knox exchanged a knowing look with Alex. "We'd better get you back to camp. It's a fair journey, but this vehicle has handrails and somewhere to stand. We should be fine," she said decisively. "I'll explain everything back at camp." With that, the group climbed aboard the robust vehicle, the music resuming as they set off through the wilderness. The chance meeting had rekindled a spark of hope in Rebecca, and for Marco and Nina, it felt like a significant breakthrough in their quest. As the landscape sped by, each of them prepared for the revelations that awaited at Captain Knox's camp, where the complex web of supernatural alliances and enmities promised to become even more entangled. Under siege. As the vehicle neared the camp, a sudden commotion erupted just beyond the perimeter. About 20 undead, their eyes blazing with an unnatural fire, were launching a ferocious assault on the camp's defences. "Let's lay low until the guards finish these off," Captain Knox whispered, motioning for everyone to stay quiet and low in the vehicle. From their vantage point, Marco and his companions could see the camp's guards springing into action. Despite the daunting appearance of the undead, the camp's defences, reinforced with lines of shiny silver along the walls and barricades, proved formidable. The guards, equipped with weapons coated in silver, engaged the attackers. It was clear that these weapons, originally designed to defeat the Lycan, were now a crucial repellent against this new breed of fiery-eyed undead. Marco observed with interest how the silver barriers seemed to immediately affect the undead, slowing their advance significantly. The guards capitalized on this advantage, finishing off the creatures with precise strikes to their heads with the silver-coated weapons. Alex, noticing Marco's confused look, leaned over to explain. "Haven't seen these ones before?" he asked, his voice low. "They just started popping up everywhere. They can't be stopped in the usual way, but silver seems to be effective. They're still as strong as 10 men, but when they come in contact with silver, it seems to slow them down, and a silver strike to the head is lethal, but don't try to take them on hand to hand." After the last of the undead fell, the vehicle finally entered the camp, the gates shutting firmly behind them. Inside, the atmosphere was tense but relieved, as the immediate threat had been quelled. Captain Knox quickly arranged a meeting with key figures of the camp: Eleanor, the camp leader, Sarah, the engineer, and themselves. Marco, Nina, and Rebecca were introduced, and Marco took the opportunity to explain their mission. "We're seeking aid for our camp, overwhelmed by undead and elders," Marco detailed, his voice carrying a mixture of urgency and hope. Captain Knox nodded gravely, her expression serious. "If there's more than 100 of those undead at a time, we would be in serious trouble," she admitted, highlighting the precarious balance of their security. Nina, curious about the earlier discussion, asked about the vampires. "What about the vampires that were said to defend the humans here?" Alex responded with a somber tone. "They are all dead. They sacrificed themselves to save us. We are alone here." The revelation cast a shadow over the group, underscoring the gravity of their situation. The meeting concluded with plans to fortify the camp further and explore potential alliances or strategies that could help them withstand the growing supernatural threats. As they dispersed, Marco, Nina, and Rebecca absorbed the stark reality of their new allies' struggle, realizing that their journey was not just about survival, but about forging a path forward in a world where old protectors had fallen and new menaces reigned. Unseen forces at play. "How did you manage to get here?" Captain Knox asked, her tone a mix of curiosity and concern. The group sat around a sturdy table in the command tent, the air thick with the musty scent of canvas and the lingering tension of the recent undead attack. Marco leaned forward, his face etched with the fatigue of their long journey. "We'd heard of your camp through rumors and set out for aid. We were captured by cannibals and managed to escape. Then a man in a shiny mask pointed us in this direction." "A man in a chrome mask?" Alex interjected, his brow furrowing in concern. "Yes," Marco confirmed. "I don't know for sure where he is now, but he was keen to meet the Lycans at our base." Captain Knox and Elena exchanged a glance that carried a weight of unspoken knowledge. "His name is Winter, and if he's headed to your base, he'll either save it or destroy it." "I don't think there's anything that can stop him," Elena said with a somber tone. Alex looked over at Eleanor, his concern evident. "Do you think Winter can stop these new undead?" "Stop them?" Elena shook her head slightly. "I'd bet everything that he has something to do with them. His motives are known only to him, but I know one thing. The further away from us he is, the safer we are." Nina, who had been quietly absorbing the conversation, suddenly interjected. "But if he's at our base now, we need to get back and help them." Alex responded gravely. "Nothing you can do could stop him. Of all the threats now facing our world, he is by far the worst and most powerful." Meanwhile, far away in a distant city that once thrived as a metropolis for the undead, where a once powerful necromancer ruled, a handful of undead began to stir. These undead had a fire laced in their eyes, a sign of a divine and sinister awakening. The air was thick with the essence of godly interference. Necros, the god of the undead, was building his army. His presence felt more potent than ever as he scoured the lands for his fallen kin. With each undead he raised, he instilled a portion of his divine power, reconstructing them in his image, strong, powerful, and terrifying. As the shadows lengthened and the night deepened, the world seemed to hold its breath. The actions of powerful beings like Winter and Necros were reshaping the landscape of power. Back at the camp, as Elena, Captain Knox, Alex, Marco, Nina, and Rebecca planned their next steps, the stakes were clearer than ever. The supernatural forces were not only clashing with each other, but were also drawing the humans into their vortex of power struggles and ancient vendettas. The question of survival was no longer just about fighting the visible enemies, but understanding the unseen forces at play. Resurrection and intrigue. In the desolate remains of what was once a bustling metropolis for the undead, Necros, the god of the undead, sensed a great presence, a follower potent enough to lead his burgeoning army. Yet, this promising leader was nowhere to be found within the vast, empty city. Necros, driven by a desire to harness this power, extended his supernatural senses across the sweeping plains that stretched beyond the city's limits. Suddenly, he halted, his focus sharpening on a distant location. With a ripple through the earth, he vanished, re-emerging not far from the camp where Elena, Alex, and Captain Knox resided. Here the aura of the being he sought was unmistakable, powerful, and brimming with intelligence. Necros yearned to claim this formidable undead for his own ranks. Scanning the horizon once more, Necros pinpointed the exact source of the energy. Disappearing again into the ground, he surfaced inside a small house that had been converted into a makeshift laboratory. There, among various scientific paraphernalia, lay the severed head of Stephen Lestat, a renowned necromancer whose experiments had once sent ripples through the supernatural community. Despite the evident experimentation, the head remained eerily pristine. Necros, surrounded by a group of his newly raised undead, observed their reverence as they bowed before him. His gaze swept over them, selecting one without a moment's hesitation. With a swift, ruthless motion, he decapitated the chosen undead, its body crumpling to the ground. Necros then placed Lestat's head onto the fresh corpse. Uttering incantations in a language unknown to the living world, he watched as the body twitched and rose, now powered by Lestat's head, whose eyes ignited with a fire far more intense than any of the others. The necromancer had returned, now reborn as a servant to Necros, his eyes ablaze with renewed purpose and a sinister obedience. Meanwhile, in the shadows just outside a small safe house, Winter observed the night sky. He sat concealed, his presence nearly imperceptible as he watched the distant flickers of supernatural activity. With a knowing smile, he muttered to himself, "Excellent. Everything is as it should be." Winter's cryptic words hung in the air, hinting at deeper machinations and a grand design that was slowly unfolding. The resurrection of Lestat and the movements of Necros were not mere coincidences, but part of a larger, more ominous strategy. As the supernatural forces continued to maneuver and align, the fate of the human survivors and their would-be protectors grew ever more uncertain, woven into a tapestry of power plays that promised to reshape the world. Divine bargains and ancient powers. At the undead metropolis, Lestat wasted no time returning to the laboratory. Empowered by Necros' influence, he resumed his work on biological and genetic enhancements for the undead. His previous experiments had failed him, but now, fueled by the godly energy, he felt a renewed vigor to pursue his ambitious projects. Meanwhile, back at the Elder's safe house, Elder and his followers had constructed a shrine to their vampire god. There, in the dimly lit sanctuary, Elder spoke the dark tongue of the night and shadows, a language that had not been heard for centuries. "You helped us before. We, your servants, beg an audience. The undead are being manipulated. They grow stronger each day. We need to build our ranks, but they are everywhere, aided by a higher power. We need help if we are to survive." In response to Elder's invocation, the vampire god appeared before him. His form was both majestic and terrifying, a being of immense power that seemed to darken the already shadow-filled room. "I know that Necros walks this earth, interfering in the affairs of mortals and supernaturals." The vampire god spoke with a voice that seemed to echo through the ages. "But his freedom to act comes from your own actions, Elder. You tapped into the undead's power for your own gain. We must not steal the powers of others." The vampire god then explained the delicacy of the universal balance. The more we gods interfere, the more fragile this balance becomes. Should it break, this world along with all gods will be destroyed. I dare not disrupt this balance further. Elder, his face etched with worry, responded, "And what of Necros? He is now free to gain the upper hand by empowering his undead. We need help, or we will cease to be. Would this not also disrupt the balance?" The vampire god looked at Elder thoughtfully. "Very good. I see why you have survived. You do not need more elders to win this battle. You just need one more. I will bargain with death, if it's at all possible. I will send him to you." Elder, his interest piqued, asked, "You mean the sage?" The vampire god replied, "Older than the sage, the first of the elders." He then named this ancient and powerful entity Azrael, the progenitor of shadows. Elder stood in awe at the possibility of Azrael's return, the very thought of such a formidable ally invigorating his spirit. If Azrael could be persuaded to join their cause, the balance of power could shift dramatically in their favor. As the vampire god vanished as mysteriously as he had appeared, Elder and his elders were left to ponder the implications. The promise of Azrael's involvement not only provided a glimmer of hope, but also a deep sense of the challenges that lay ahead. They knew that the path forward would be fraught with peril, but with potential aid from such a legendary figure, they might just stand a chance against the rising undead force led by Necros. Divine conspiracies. In the deep woods, where nature's heart beat strongest, the essence of the lichen god mingled with the earth and the trees, sensing the delicate fabric of the world being stretched and torn. As the most powerful of all supernatural gods, with the closest connection to the natural world, it felt a profound disturbance in the balance that had governed the planet for millennia. This divine being, woven into the very essence of nature, felt an overwhelming concern for the future of the world, a world teetering on the brink of irreversible destruction. The Lycan God, with its immense power, could sense the pull of forces darker and more desperate than any it had encountered before. It was a force that was not merely reacting to the chaos, but seemed to be driving it, manipulating the gods and their supernatural followers into accelerating the collapse of the global balance. As the Lycan God searched for answers among the whispers of the wind and the murmurs of the earth, it detected an interference, a deliberate manipulation that was almost imperceptible. Something, or someone, was forcing the gods to intervene in ways that they normally would avoid, pushing the balance ever closer to the brink of destruction. Why would such a force seek the unraveling of the world? What ends could possibly justify such catastrophic means? And who, or what, could possess the power and knowledge to influence the gods themselves? These questions hung heavily in the air, unanswered but increasingly urgent. The woods themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the next move in this high-stakes game of divine chess. As the Lycan God contemplated its next actions, far from being resigned to despair, it prepared to rally the other supernatural entities. It knew that if they could uncover the puppeteer behind this dangerous manipulation, they might stand a chance to restore balance and prevent the impending doom. Stay tuned for the penultimate episode of Crimson Dawn Season 2, Part 9, where the mysteries deepen and the fate of the world hangs in the balance. Who is manipulating the supernatural forces, and can they be stopped before it's too late? The answers to these questions promise to reshape the future of the world as we know it. Origins of a genius. Before the world knew of werewolves and the undead, before the apocalypse tore through the fabric of society, Simon Winter was already shaping the future with his groundbreaking work. A pioneer in the field of electromagnetic brain science, a discipline he himself had founded, Winter's intellect was unparalleled, his innovations far beyond the norm. In the quiet sanctum of his private laboratory, Winter's research into Alzheimer's disease was both personal and profound. His superior knowledge in the manipulation of electromagnetic fields around the brain had led to the development of revolutionary therapies and diagnostic tools. His work, often described as decades ahead of his peers, focused on the neurodegenerative processes that robbed so many of their memories and identities. But it was at home where the true depth of Winter's motivations lay bare. Caring for his wife, whom he affectionately called Mara, Winter found his greatest challenge and deepest inspiration. Mara, once vibrant and full of life, now struggled with the onset of early Alzheimer's disease. Each day, he watched as the woman he loved slipped further away from him, her moments of clarity fading like stars at dawn. "I will soon be able to stop this, my love," Winter said softly to Mara as he adjusted a delicate array of sensors around her head. He had been refining a new process, initially tested on himself, to clear neural blockages and enhance cognitive function. "I've used a new process on myself to clear away any blocks in my own brain. It has given me more clarity into how the brain works. Each and every day, I seem to clear out the parts that are useless and unlock more and more of my potential. I can see how to cure you." Mara looked up at him, her eyes clouded with confusion. At first, she did not recognize the man who had been her partner for decades, but as the moments passed, a flicker of recognition sparked in her gaze. "Simon," she whispered, a smile slowly forming on her lips. Winter hugged her tightly, feeling a surge of hope. His experiments had not only expanded his cognitive abilities, but had begun to offer a glimpse of a potential cure for his wife. Yet, what Winter did not yet fully understand was how these enhancements to his own brain would later influence his actions and decisions when the world fell into chaos. The same technologies and techniques developed to heal were soon to be repurposed for survival in a world dominated by supernatural threats. As Winter continued his work, the lines between his past research and the future apocalypse began to blur. The tools and knowledge crafted for medical breakthroughs would soon become instrumental in navigating and shaping a new world order, where the boundaries of science and supernatural forces were inexorably intertwined. The unfolding genius. In the depths of his private laboratory, Simon Winter was engrossed in a series of self-experiments that extended far beyond the conventional boundaries of medical science. His therapy, a complex electromagnetic treatment designed to unlock neural pathways and enhance cognitive function, was not only intended to save his beloved Mara, but also aimed to revolutionize the treatment of Alzheimer's disease for the world. Winter's therapy was predicated on the theory that the human brain, typically utilizing a fraction of its potential, could be stimulated to operate at significantly higher capacities. Conventional wisdom and scientific consensus suggested that humans only tap into about 10% of their brain's potential capabilities. This figure, often debated in academic circles, wasn't about the physical percentage of the brain used, but rather its functional capacity in everyday tasks and thinking processes. As Winter applied his breakthrough electromagnetic techniques to himself, he began experiencing a profound expansion of his cognitive abilities. The treatment was unlocking parts of his brain that had lain dormant, pushing his brain's usage to an unprecedented 30%. With this increase, Winter's perception and understanding of biological systems deepened extraordinarily. At a 30% brain capacity, Winter's cognitive enhancements manifested in several profound ways: enhanced memory and recall. His ability to store and retrieve information became almost limitless. He could recall intricate details from decades past with ease, aiding his research and experimental designs. Accelerated problem solving. Winter found that he could solve complex scientific problems that had previously eluded him. His ability to model and predict biological pathways accelerated, making his work on Alzheimer's more promising than ever. Heightened perception. Winter began to notice details in his environment that he had previously overlooked. This heightened sensory awareness allowed him to make connections between seemingly unrelated phenomena. Advanced learning ability. He could absorb new information at an astonishing rate, learning languages, understanding advanced texts, and synthesizing new concepts quickly. Increased creativity and innovation. With more of his brain active, Winter found himself thinking outside conventional scientific paradigms, leading to innovative approaches that would normally be dismissed or unconsidered. However, these enhancements came with unintended consequences. Winter's increased brain function also altered his emotional processing and empathy. He became more detached, seeing problems and solutions in a purely logical way, which affected his interactions and emotional connections with others, including Mara. As he pushed the boundaries of human cognitive abilities, Winter did not fully grasp the transformation he was undergoing. His singular focus on curing Alzheimer's obscured the broader changes in his psyche and personality. This increased brain capacity was reshaping him into something beyond the ordinary, setting the stage for the pivotal role he would play as the world around him descended into chaos with the emergence of supernatural forces. Winter's journey into the expanded capabilities of the human mind was just beginning, and the consequences of his unprecedented cognitive enhancement were yet to unfold fully leading him into realms of science and supernatural interactions that were previously the domain of fiction. The Cataclysm and the Cure, as the world descended into chaos with the emergence of werewolves and the undead. Simon Winter remained sequestered in his laboratory, obsessively focused on curing his wife, Mara, from the cruel clutches of Alzheimer's. His breakthrough was monumental, a device capable of rejuvenating the brain by clearing blockages and optimizing neural pathways. The potential to restore Mara's memory was within reach, and Winter's excitement was palpable. However, fate intervened in a most disruptive way. Just as he was about to finalize his treatment, government agents stormed his laboratory. The apocalypse had forced the government's hand. They needed Winter's unmatched intellect for a different purpose. With werewolves and the undead overrunning cities, they compelled him to develop a weapon against these supernatural threats. Relocating Winter and his ailing wife to a high-security underground bunker, the government dictated the terms of his research. In this new, stark environment, Winter reassured Mara, his voice a blend of warmth and mechanical precision. "I will cure you, Mara. The plans are complete in my mind. This new base is a setback, but we will overcome it." Mara, her cognition waning under the dual pressures of her disease and the upheaval around them, recognized him less each day. Winter's new creation, an electromagnetic device designed to revitalize the brain's functionality, was nearly operational. Alone in their quarters, he initiated the treatment on Mara. As the device hummed to life, Mara's eyes began to clear, recognition flickering within them. "Simon, where are we?" she murmured, a trace of her former self surfacing amidst the confusion. "Be still, my dear," Winter replied, his voice steady but laden with urgency. "This last part is delicate. One wrong move and—" At that moment, the base shuddered under the impact of an external assault, likely an attack by the undead or rogue factions, and the power flickered out. In the engulfing darkness, Winter's anguished cry echoed, "No!" When the emergency lights flickered back on, the tragic sight that greeted him was Mara, motionless on the bed, the treatment incomplete, her life seemingly extinguished. Winter's response was chilling in its detachment, his emotions suppressed by his heightened cognitive state. He immediately returned to his workbench. "The problem of power must be solved," he muttered to himself, his brain now functioning more as a supercomputer than a human mind. In the solitude of the bunker, with his wife's lifeless body nearby, Winter's genius twisted into something new, a tool not just for saving lives, but potentially for ending the supernatural menace that ravaged the world. His emotions buried deep beneath layers of logic and enhanced cognitive processes, Winter began to devise a plan that would not only run his medical devices independently of external power sources, but also turn the tide of the supernatural apocalypse, escape and resurrection. Winter's days and nights blurred together as he tirelessly worked on what the government agents demanded, a weapon to turn the tide against the supernatural entities that now roamed the world. Yet, for Winter, this weapon was inseparable from his original mission to cure Alzheimer's. His brain capacity, constantly evolving and expanding due to his self-administered treatments, enabled him to see connections and solutions that remained out of reach for ordinary minds. As Winter finalized his designs, the realization dawned on him that his most powerful creation was not something he could physically construct. It was his mind itself. The government, driven by desperation and fear, failed to see that their greatest weapon was the genius they sought to control. Winter, ever the strategist, refused to hand over his work, understanding all too well that the government's intentions were self-serving at best. When the agents, frustrated and anxious for progress, decided to lock Winter away in a high-security cell within the bunker, They underestimated his capabilities. The facility, already strained under constant threats of raids and assaults by various factions, soon fell victim to a major incursion. Amidst the chaos, Winter made his calculated escape, leaving behind the intricate plans for the so-called weapon. He knew that to anyone else, deciphering his work would be akin to an ant contemplating quantum mechanics, utterly impossible without his level of cognitive function. Unbeknownst to the agents and the raiders, Winter also took something priceless with him, the body of his beloved Mara. In a new hidden location, he painstakingly rebuilt his laboratory, determined to continue his work. With his profound knowledge of cryonics, he preserved Mara's body in a state of suspended animation. "Death is not the end," he whispered to her serene, ice-enshrouded form. "But to bring you back, I will need a certain power, a power that transcends what even I have achieved so far." In the solitude of his new sanctuary, Winter set about the next phase of his grand plan. He needed to harness or develop a power that could defy the natural order, a power potent enough to resurrect the dead. His thoughts often drifted to the supernatural forces he had learned about, wondering if perhaps the secrets to such power lay with the beings that now dominated the apocalyptic landscape. As Winter worked by the dim light of his lab, his mind raced with possibilities. Each theory and hypothesis built upon the next, his incredible brain capacity weaving together strands of science, a supernatural law, and his own groundbreaking discoveries. Somewhere within this complex tapestry of knowledge lay the key to Mara's return, and perhaps to altering the course of the supernatural apocalypse itself. Transformation of Winter. As Winter delved deeper into the arcane and obscure texts of supernatural lore, his brain, already supercharged by his self-administered treatments, absorbed information at a breathtaking pace. His capacity for learning and comprehension had surpassed any known benchmarks, allowing him to grasp the complex and often contradictory nature of supernatural laws that governed the creatures of the night and the undead that walked the earth. However, with every piece of ancient knowledge uncovered and every supernatural phenomenon understood, Winter's frustration grew. The power he sought to emulate, the power to resurrect Mara and possibly alter the very fabric of reality, seemed tantalizingly out of reach. His mind raced through calculations and theories, but the stark realization dawned on him. There was no known scientific or magical means to replicate such formidable powers. In a moment of profound introspection, Winter stood in front of a mirror in his secluded laboratory. The reflection that stared back at him was both familiar and alien. The face of Simon Winter, the renowned scientist, passionate about curing Alzheimer's, seemed like a mask hiding the extraordinary entity he had become. The brain behind that face had evolved so far beyond human norms that it was no longer fitting to associate it with his past identity. Speaking to his reflection, his voice carried a mixture of resolve and mourning. "This face will not be seen again, only by Mara, when she again lives. Until that time, Simon Winter is dead. Now only Winter lives." This declaration marked the shedding of his old identity and the full embrace of his new persona, driven not by human emotion, but by a cold, calculating intelligence aimed at a singular goal. In the following days, Winter set to work on crafting a physical representation of his transformation. He constructed a mask made from a polished chrome metal, meticulously designed to fit his features. The mask was not just a shield to hide his identity, but a symbol of his new self, reflective, impenetrable, and enigmatic. Whenever Winter looked at his own reflection, he would see the infinite, a constant reminder of his boundless intellect, and the eternal quest that now defined his existence. This chrome mask became Winter's new face to the world, one that no longer bore the vulnerabilities of Simon Winter, but projected the formidable presence of Winter, the being who transcended human frailties and peered into the abyss of supernatural powers. With this new identity, Winter was ready to step out from the shadows of his hidden laboratory and interact with the chaotic world outside, a world where supernatural forces clashed in an ever-escalating battle for dominance. Winter's journey had taken him far beyond the realms of science into something much darker and more profound. Field test. Winter, now donning his reflective, chrome mask and equipped with his advanced weapon, a fusion of science and his ever-evolving mind, decided it was time to test the limits of his new capabilities. The weapon was not just an apparatus, it was an extension of his intellect, controlled partially by his thoughts and the intricate mechanisms he had devised. Venturing into the ruins of what once was a bustling area, Winter encountered a group of undead shuffling aimlessly. With a mere gesture of his hand, a wave of energy pulsed from his device, and the creatures collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. Too brutal, he muttered to himself, dissatisfied with the lack of finesse. His goal wasn't just destruction, but control. Continuing his journey, Winter came upon another group of undead. This time, he adjusted his approach, focusing his mind and weapon to manipulate rather than obliterate. With concentrated effort, he commanded them to halt. The undead stopped in their tracks, frozen in time as if caught in an invisible snare. At any moment, I can end them, he observed, pleased with the precise control. But let's see how it works on the werewolves. Winter's quest led him next to a small pack of lichen. Hidden under the cover of dense foliage, he targeted the group, tuning his device to their unique brain patterns. With his unmatched skill in electromagnetic manipulation, he attempted to seize control. The werewolves halted, frozen momentarily by Winter's intervention. Easy, he whispered with a hint of arrogance. However, as he delved deeper, trying to infiltrate their minds more intrusively, he encountered an unexpected resistance, a barrier that blocked his access to the deeper, cognitive layers of the lichen. Winter's smile broadened behind his mask. "Got you," he said quietly, intrigued and challenged by this new obstacle. Later that day, back in the sanctity of his laboratory, Winter sat deep in thought. "It's there, but I cannot access it fully. I need a direct connection," he spoke aloud, his words echoing off the cold, hard walls of his secluded workspace. This realization marked a pivotal moment in his research. The barriers he faced with the lichen suggested a level of complexity and protection in their neural architecture that was unlike anything he had encountered in humans or other undead. Winter knew that overcoming this hurdle could unlock even greater potential in his quest for control, and perhaps even for resurrecting Mara. His mind raced with possibilities: neural interfaces, direct neural manipulation, advanced biotechnological integration. Each idea flowed into the next, his thoughts a torrent of innovation, spurred on by the challenge. As he prepared for the next phase of his experiments, Winter was not just a scientist or a widower driven by grief. He had become a force of nature himself, pushing the boundaries of what was possible in a world governed by supernatural laws and human desperation. In the dim glow of his laboratory, Winter gazed at Mara's preserved form, her serene face encased in the cryonic chamber that held the promise of their reunion. He spoke to her as if she could hear him, his voice a soft murmur filled with resolve and a hint of impatience. "Soon, Mara. Very soon. I see them now. The players in this grand game of power, but there are moves yet to be made before I can act decisively. First, I must ensure the humans survive a while longer. They are key to tipping the balance. Only then can I access the power I need to bring you back. Work it shall, my dear." Winter's plan was not just about revival or power. It was about restoring a balance that had been severely disrupted by the forces of supernatural entities vying for dominance. His understanding of these forces had grown immensely, and he knew that manipulating these dynamics was essential for achieving his ultimate goal. Fast forward to present times, Winter stood atop a desolate building overlooking a ravaged cityscape. Below, a group of undead marched, their eyes blazing with an unnatural fire, a stark reminder of the chaotic world that now existed. Winter watched them intently, his chrome mask reflecting the eerie glow of their eyes. "The time is near," he whispered to himself, a slight edge of excitement in his voice. "One more push." Winter's mind was a whirlwind of strategy and anticipation. He needed to catalyze a final event that would shift the power dynamics dramatically in his favor. This push involved leveraging the ongoing conflict between the supernatural factions to create a vacuum of power, one that he could then fill using his advanced technologies and newfound abilities. Back in his lab, Winter returned to his array of monitors and devices, each one displaying data and simulations of possible outcomes. His fingers danced across touchscreens, adjusting parameters and running predictive models. With each simulation, he edged closer to the perfect scenario that would enable him to intervene decisively. As Winter orchestrated his plans from the shadows, the world outside continued its descent into chaos. Supernatural creatures battled in the streets, unaware of the puppet master who was slowly taking control of their fates. Winter knew that each skirmish, each conflict, brought him closer to his goal. With Mara always in his thoughts, Winter's actions were calculated and precise. He was no longer just a scientist or a grieving husband. He was a player in a much larger game, a game that spanned the realms of the living, the dead, and those in between. As he prepared for the final act of his grand strategy, Winter remained confident that he would emerge victorious, not just for his sake, but for Mara's as well. The Edge of Revelation, coming soon in the gripping finale of Crimson Dawn Season 2. As the intricate web of Winter's plans unfolds, the very fabric of supernatural power is tested. The gods, ancient and powerful, find themselves at a crossroads, influenced by Winter's unprecedented machinations. Is Winter truly capable of swaying the divine balance that has governed the cosmos for eons? Or will his ambitious schemes provoke a celestial backlash that could unravel the threads of existence itself? Humans, long seen as mere pawns in the eternal games played by gods and monsters, may hold a key unforeseen by the supernatural entities that seek to use them. As the plans of a genius forged in tragedy and brilliance come to light, the true nature of humanity's role in this cosmic drama will be revealed. Are they merely victims of a greater game, or do they possess the potential to tip the scales in a battle for their own destiny? Moreover, the mysterious rescue of the Alpha by Winter raises profound questions. Was this act merely a piece of a larger puzzle, a move calculated for its effects on the supernatural hierarchy? Or was there a glimpse of the old Simon Winter, motivated by empathy and a sense of justice, beneath the strategic surface of his actions? As the finale of Crimson Dawn Season 2 approaches, these questions loom large, promising answers filled with power, betrayal, and the potential for redemption. Watch as the narrative threads, woven through intense battles, dark alliances, and the quest for power, converge in a climax that will define the future of every creature, mortal and divine, in this haunted world. Stay tuned for the ultimate showdown, where the fate of gods, humans, and the resurrected forces of darkness will collide. Will Winter's ultimate plan succeed, or will it unleash consequences beyond his control? Find out in the explosive conclusion of Crimson Dawn. awakening of Azrael. In the depths of a forgotten forest, shrouded by the mists of time and guarded by the dense canopy above, a sacred site lay hidden. This ancient place, pulsing with the dark energies of centuries, was where Eldur and his assembly of elders gathered under the cloak of night. The air was thick with anticipation as they chanted in the ancient tongue of the night, voices melding into a haunting melody that resonated with the very essence of darkness. Influenced by the vampire god and granted a portion of his formidable power, the elders performed a ritual of resurrection. Their chants grew in intensity, calling upon the mighty Azrael, the first of the elders who had been dead for centuries. As their voices rose to a crescendo, the very fabric of reality began to tremble, small fissures cracking the ground around the sacred site. The power required to summon such a being was immense, and with each word uttered, the balance of the world teetered dangerously towards the brink. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest, a portal of dark energy erupted from the ground. From this swirling vortex of shadows, a giant winged beast emerged, its presence so overwhelming that the air around it seemed to warp and weep. Azrael, the ancient harbinger of destruction, unfurled his colossal wings, casting an eclipse over the land. His eyes, burning with an unholy fire, surveyed his summoners. "You have done well to bring me back. I hunger for destruction." Azrael boomed, his voice resonating with the power of the abyss. The elders, despite their own formidable powers, bowed low before him, recognizing the supremacy of the creature they had awakened. However, unbeknownst to them, the act of summoning Azrael had pushed the world's delicate balance to a critical point. Across the globe, at the undead metropolis, the necromancer, once known as Stephen Lestat, was busy administering his genetically engineered concoctions to the undead. Enhanced far beyond their natural capabilities, these undead beings glowed with a new ferocity, the fire in their eyes a testament to their burgeoning power. "This time, we will not fail," Lestat declared, watching with satisfaction as his creations tested their newfound strengths. Yet, as the undead evolved, pushing the limits of their abilities, the fabric of reality grew thinner, small cracks appearing, threatening to fracture entirely. Deep in the woods, the Lycan god felt the shift in the world's balance. Drawing energy from nature itself, he sent a surge of power to his Lycan followers, energizing them for the struggles ahead. Each pulse of power he sent further strained the already taut balance. The world was on a precipice, with the supernatural forces inadvertently driving it towards an abyss. As these titans of the night drew on increasingly dangerous levels of power, the question loomed: could the world survive the cataclysm they were caught in? Or would their actions unravel the very threads holding reality together? The stage was set for a confrontation of epic proportions, where the fates of gods, monsters, and humans would intertwine in the final chapter of the Crimson Dawn saga. The brink of cataclysm. At Fort Haven and the human camp, an ominous tension hung in the air. Both Alex and Elena at the camp, and Captain Harris and Commander Lewis at Fort Haven, felt a tangible crackle in the atmosphere, a disturbing sign that the fabric of reality itself was being stretched dangerously thin. The uneasy feeling was pervasive, stirring deep concerns about the stability of the world itself. "This feels like the end," Captain Harris murmured, his voice heavy with worry as he observed the sky darken ominously. Commander Lewis nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the horizon, where strange lights flickered unnaturally. "If we survive this, it'll be nothing short of a miracle," he added, reflecting the despair and resignation that had begun to take hold among the humans. Meanwhile, At a clandestine location, Elder and his assembly of elders, now allied with the formidable Azrael, plotted their course of action. The presence of Azrael had galvanized the elders, infusing them with a dark resolve. As they strategized, it was agreed that the undead, especially those under the influence of Necros and enhanced by the necromancer's genetic manipulations, posed the greatest immediate threat. Azrael, massive and imposing, his voice echoing like thunder, declared indifferently, "I do not care who we destroy first, but I yearn for destruction. Let it be so." His words were not just a statement, but a decree, setting the path for what was to come. With a newfound vicious intent, the elders, led by the towering Azrael, advanced toward the metropolis, a sprawling city that had become a stronghold for the necromancer and his nightmarish army. The necromancer, ever vigilant and empowered by the dark blessings of Necros, had created an army of abominations, beings that transcended the limitations of both the living and the dead, imbued with horrific enhancements that made them nearly invincible. Sensing the impending threat of the elders, Necros cast his vast, shadowy influence across the realms, alerting his first in command, the necromancer, a master of dark arts and biological terror, readied his formidable forces. His creations, monstrous in form and terrifying in power, stood at the ready, a grotesque testament to the perversion of life and death. As the elders approached the city, the ground beneath them trembled, not just from their formidable march, but from the very clash of titanic forces preparing to collide. The air was thick with the power of ancient magic and the stench of unnatural creation. Back at the human encampments, the leaders prepared for the worst. The skies seemed to mirror their dread, with dark clouds swirling ominously above. The humans, though far removed from the direct conflict, understood that the outcome of this battle could very well determine the fate of all life on Earth. The stage was set, the players were ready, and as the elders neared the metropolis, the world held its breath, waiting for the cataclysm that seemed inevitable. The confrontation between these colossal forces was not just a battle for supremacy, but a fight for the very soul of the planet. The clash of titans. The air was thick with the stench of decay and the sharp tang of fresh blood as Azrael, summoned by Elder and the elders, led a brutal assault on the undead metropolis. Towering over the battlefield, Azrael's monstrous form crushed the undead beneath his colossal feet, his every movement causing the earth itself to tremble. The elders, shrouded in shadows, wielded newly forged weapons of silver, slicing through their enemies with unnatural speed and ferocity. The scene was one of utter chaos and destruction, fitting the dark intentions of those who had called upon such a fearsome ally. However, the undead were not easily vanquished. Enhanced by the necromancer's sinister gene therapy and infused with the wrathful spirit of Necros, the undead god, they retaliated with a horrifying force. Some, more formidable than the rest, even managed to wound the mighty Azrael. Amidst the melee, 4 of elders' elders fell, their ancient blood soaking into the ravaged earth, while hundreds of undead lay dismantled around them. Seeing the tide of battle turn, Elder called for a strategic retreat. "Azrael, we need to regroup," he shouted over the cacophony of clashing metal and unearthly roars, but Azrael, consumed by his destructive nature, ignored Elder's command. The giant continued his rampage, leaving destruction in his wake as he plowed through the undead ranks. It was then that the earth itself seemed to pulse and split as Necros himself appeared. His presence was a palpable force, chilling the very air. With a mere gesture, he brought the mighty Azrael to his knees. The behemoth fell, his body dissolving into shadows as he died, a victim of the godly powers wielded by Necros. "This is how you wish to play?" Necros boomed. his voice echoing like thunder, challenging the very gods. With a dramatic sweep of his arms, he began to resurrect the fallen undead, their bodies piecing together in a grotesque semblance of life. The necromancer watched, a sly grin spreading across his face, delighted by the display of such formidable power. The balance of supernatural forces teetered dangerously as more and more powers not meant for this earth were summoned and manipulated. Elder, in desperate communication with the vampire god, pleaded for intervention. Their god interfered, killing Azrael. He mocks you, my lord, by cheating and using powers unfair in this battle, he argued, his voice a mixture of fury and fear. In response to Elder's entreaties, the vampire god, risking the wrath of other celestial entities and the delicate balance of life and death, resummoned Azrael and the fallen elders. The skies darkened ominously, reality itself seeming to crack and strain under the weight of these divine machinations. Fissures appeared in the fabric of existence, the balance pushed ever closer to the brink of destruction. Meanwhile, far from the battlefield, Simon Winter looked up at the turbulent skies from the solitude of his hidden bunker. The scientist, his face etched with concern and determination, muttered to his frozen wife, "It's coming, Mara." His voice was a whisper of foreboding, hinting at the storm of supernatural forces gathering above and the role he would soon play in the impending chaos. Sanctuary and siege. In the celestial realms, Lysanor, the god of the Lycans, felt the tremors that threatened the very fabric of reality. The balance of the world teetered on the brink as supernatural forces clashed with unrestrained ferocity. Sensing an imminent threat against the Alpha and the remaining members of his pack, Lysanor faced a dire choice. The fall of the Lycans could push the world beyond redemption, tipping the scales towards an irrevocable rift in reality. However, any excessive divine intervention risked accelerating this catastrophic fracture. With a heavy heart and a wisdom born of ages, Lysanor decided on a compromise. Harnessing his considerable powers, he crafted a sanctuary, a hidden dimension parallel to the earthly realm. Here, his Lycans could roam free, their essence still part of the world, yet their bodies shielded in a realm removed from direct conflict. This act, while protective, added yet another strain to the already stretched seams of reality. Meanwhile, the ground of the undead metropolis trembled with the march of an army. The necromancer, emboldened and enraged by the Elder's assault, led his grotesque legion, abominations twisted by biogene therapy concoctions, towards the Elder's stronghold. Their number seemed limitless, their forms horrifying as they advanced with relentless determination. Back at Fort Haven, the situation grew increasingly dire. The ground shook intermittently, and the sky was a tapestry of dark clouds and random bursts of light, signaling the fracturing of reality itself. Amidst this chaos, Captain Harris stood before the gathered inhabitants, his figure a pillar of resolve against the backdrop of despair. "Ladies and gentlemen," Captain Harris began, his voice firm and carrying over the murmurs of anxious civilians, "these are indeed the darkest hours we have ever faced, but it is in darkness that the faintest light shines the brightest. We must hold on to that light. Hope. We must stand together, united not just by our struggle, but by our resolve to endure, to prevail. As long as we breathe, as long as we stand, we fight, not just for survival, but for the future, a future where hope endures undimmed." Across the wasteland, in another human camp, Elena and Alex witnessed the same terrifying phenomena in the sky. Gathering their people, they echoed Captain Harris's sentiments, instilling a renewed vigor to withstand the apocalyptic forces at their doorsteps. "Look up, not with fear, but with defiance," Elena addressed her camp, her voice resolute. "The skies may threaten, but our spirits must soar above. We are more than survivors. We are the bearers of hope. Let that hope bind us, guide us, and lead us through these trials." Alex added, "In unity there is strength. Remember, we've overcome before, and we'll do it again. Stand together, support each other, and keep the flame of hope alive." As both leaders spoke, their words not only fortified the resolve of their people, but also served as a reminder of the human spirit's indomitable will. Even as reality itself seemed on the brink of collapse, the determination to fight, to hope, and to endure persisted, shining as a beacon in the encroaching darkness. The precipice of chaos. The battlefield was set, a stark landscape where the inevitability of violence was palpable. Elder, leader of the elders, stood resolute, his expression one of grim determination as he surveyed the approaching horde. Beside him, the resurrected Azrael towered like a colossus, his form casting long shadows over the land. "As long as they don't cheat again, we can stop them," Elder muttered, his voice barely a whisper against the howling winds. From a vantage point, perched high above the impending carnage, Simon Winter watched intently. His enhanced intellect processed every possible outcome, his mind a whirlwind of calculations and strategies. "It's almost ready," he whispered to himself, his eyes never leaving the spectacle below. His anticipation was not for victory or defeat in the battle itself, but for the chaotic opportunities it might present. As the two forces collided, the air was filled with the sounds of war, metal clashing, unearthly roars, and the screams of the fallen. Azrael, wielding powers not of this earth, decimated the ranks of the undead with sweeping blows that sent bodies flying like rag dolls. Yet, despite his might, the sheer number of the undead overwhelmed the elders. One by one they fell, their ancient blood soaking the battlefield, until only Elder and Serana were left, forced to make a hasty retreat. In the chaos, huge abominations crafted by the necromancer's dark sciences lunged at Azrael. These creatures, grotesque parodies of life, struck with fury, managing to wound the giant before being obliterated by his raw, destructive power. Frustrated and desperate, the necromancer called out to Necros, god of the undead. "This Azrael is too powerful, resurrected and wielding godly powers. How are we supposed to fight such a thing? Necros, god of the undead, hear the call of your servants." In response, the earth itself seemed to groan in protest as Necros emerged once more. Drawing on the profound energies of death itself, he smote Azrael, who fell once again, his form dispersing into shadows that faded into the wind. The rifts in reality grew larger, and the earth shook violently. Fear permeated everything, living and dead, man and god alike, as the potential for catastrophic collapse became more apparent. All around, the creatures of the earth, the spirits of the air, and the souls of the departed sensed the disruption. Panic and terror spread like wildfire, the very fabric of existence seeming to fray at the edges. Amidst this chaos, only Simon Winter remained unfazed, his expression one of cold calculation. From his elevated position, he observed the growing disturbances in reality, knowing that each event brought him closer to his ultimate goal. "One more should do it," he muttered, his voice tinged with a mix of anticipation and foreboding. In his mind's eye, he envisioned the final act of his grand plan, a plan that could either save or doom everything he held dear. The final sundering. As the dust settled from the previous clashes, the necromancer, driven by a vengeful fury, marshaled his remaining forces toward the Elder's stronghold. The undead, once fallen and now reanimated by the dark will of Necros, swelled the ranks with relentless resolve. The time had come to end the Elders, once and for all. At the Elder's stronghold, Elder, desperate and cornered, implored the vampire god for further assistance. "We must not lose this war," he pleaded, his voice echoing through the supernatural channels, convinced by Elder's urgency and unwilling to cede victory to Nekros. The vampire god consented to resurrect Azrael once more, despite the evident dangers to the fabric of reality. As the god summoned Azrael back into existence, a palpable tension gripped the cosmos. The air vibrated with the power of the gods clashing, their divine interventions tearing at the seams of reality. Meanwhile, Simon Winter, ever the observer and manipulator, stood calmly amidst the chaos. In a symbolic gesture that seemed almost mundane yet ominously significant, he dropped a single piece of straw onto the ground, a proverbial final straw to break the camel's back. The impact was instantaneous and catastrophic. The cracks in reality, already strained beyond repair, split wide open. The earth shuddered with violence that seemed to echo the anger of the gods themselves. In mere moments, the world shattered, breaking apart like fragile glass struck by the hammer of inevitability. As reality collapsed, everything ceased to exist. The world that once teemed with life, conflict, and the vibrant essence of existence was no more. In its place, there was only void, a chilling, empty space devoid of matter, energy, and the very essence of life itself. This emptiness was not just a physical absence, but a profound emptiness that permeated the remnants of where a world once was. It was an emptiness that extended beyond the absence of life forms. It was the absence of possibility, of futures never to be realized, of histories forever silenced. The supernatural and the mundane, the living and the dead, all distinctions became irrelevant as they were all uniformly erased from existence. In this void, no light shone, no shadows cast. The gods, with their immense powers, had pushed the world past its breaking point, and in doing so, obliterated everything. What remained was a silence as deep as it was eternal, a testament to the destructive consequences of power wielded without foresight or restraint. The remnants of reality hung suspended in nothingness, a stark reminder of what once was, a world vibrant with life, now just a memory in the void of what might have been. The divine accord in the remnants of a shattered existence, within the folds of an alternate reality. Lysanor, the Lycan god, sensed the cataclysmic shift. He felt the extinguishing of life and death, the cries of world's occupants, and then a haunting silence that pervaded the universe. Harnessing his divine power, he summoned both Nekros and the vampire god to this liminal space. They materialized, their forms tense with the weight of recent events. Lysanor spoke first, his voice solemn and resonant. "The constant strain of our intervention has obliterated the reality we once influenced," he declared, his gaze fixed on his fellow deities. "Our actions, driven by pride and power, have led to the extinction of that world and all its life." Nekros and the vampire god reacted with immediate defensiveness, each pointing fingers at the other. "Your reckless ambitions fueled this catastrophe," Nekros accused, his voice cold as the grave. "You dared to challenge my authority repeatedly, igniting this conflict," countered the vampire god, his eyes blazing with indignation. Lysanor raised a hand to silence them. "I foresaw the potential for such destruction and have contemplated a solution. However, it requires a sacrifice none of us may be prepared to make." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. To restore the world, one god must amass the combined power of all three. The other two must fall, relinquishing their essence and authority. The vampire god scoffed, arrogance lining his features. "Naturally, it should be me. I am the strongest and most powerful." "You?" Necros sneered. "Your minions needed my power to achieve any significant victory. It's laughable to think you could restore the world alone." Lysanor interrupted their bickering. "There is a way to resolve this. We will create a realm where each of us will begin with a small number of our subjects, proportionate to our strengths. We will also pool random human survivors from just before the collapse to establish communities. These humans will serve as resources for our followers to bolster their ranks." He continued, outlining the plan. "When strong enough, our factions will engage in battle. The victor's flock will determine who among us will be the one god to restore the planet. We will be trapped in this plane of existence, forbidden to interfere directly. Should any of us break this rule, that faction will lose instantly." After some initial arguing and reluctance, the necessity of the situation and the potential to regain their powers and influence led the three gods to an uneasy agreement. Each god recognized the stakes. They were not only fighting for supremacy, but for the chance to redefine their legacy and perhaps correct the arrogance that had led them to this point. Thus, with a combination of mutual distrust and a shared desire to undo the damage they had caused, they initiated the creation of this new realm, a battleground for deities, set apart from the realm of mortals yet deeply intertwined with the fate of countless souls. This agreement marked not only a new beginning, but also an acknowledgement of their collective responsibility for the worlds under their influence. The Game of Gods. With a thunderous crash that echoed through the void left by the shattered reality, a new realm sprang into existence. The three gods, pooling their residual powers, crafted a world designed as a grand arena for the ultimate test of supremacy. As their powers waned to mere embers from the exertion, an impenetrable barrier formed around them, separating their sanctuaries from the rest of this newly forged world. This barrier was designed to prevent any direct interference from the gods and served as sanctuary for them to slowly regenerate their strength. In this constructed realm, distance and direction held new meanings. To the south, the Elders established their domain. Elder, alongside Serana and 20 of their most formidable kin, commanded a dark, imposing castle that rose from the mist-shrouded lands like a spectre. Their stronghold was a bastion of ancient power and dark majesty, reflecting the grave nature of the undead essence. To the north lay the domain of the undead, a fortified city of death that teemed with thousands of warriors. The Necromancer, with his profound mastery of death and decay, ruled over this city. Its walls, built from the bones of the fallen and cemented with the ash of decay, stood as a grim reminder of the Necromancer's power and the relentless nature of his army. In the east, the Lycans took to the primeval forests, where the new Alpha and a pack of 9 formidable Lycans constructed a sprawling treetop complex. Their stronghold, interwoven among the towering trees, was both a fortress and a testament to their deep connection with nature. The Lycans, fierce and proud, prepared to defend their territory with tooth and claw. To the west, a large human stronghold emerged, bustling with activity and life. This was the ultimate prize for the factions, a repository of not just human life, but of potential power. The humans, unknowing but essential players in this divine game, continued their existence, bolstered by small laboratories, engineering posts, and farms scattered throughout their stronghold and various outposts. These installations ensured that the human population could thrive, unwittingly serving the greater game set by the gods. Scattered between these strongholds, smaller outposts and towns populated by humans dotted the landscape, serving as both strategic points and stock for the supernatural factions. Each faction viewed these human enclaves both as a resource and a battleground, pivotal to their strategy for dominance. The stage was set, the players positioned, and the stakes declared. Only one deity would emerge with the power to restore reality, to mend the fabric torn by their collective hubris. This realm, born of divine compromise and desperation, was now the arena where the future of existence itself would be decided. The gods watched, their omnipotence paused, as their creations and champions moved towards an inevitable clash that would determine the very nature of their existence and perhaps the fate of all reality. The calculations of winter. In the newly forged realm, the cycles of day and night seemed indifferent to the turmoil that had birthed them. In a small outpost to the east, closest to the territories of the Lycan, humans went about their daily lives with a simplicity that belied the complex orchestrations around them. Here, farming, trading, and community growth continued as if woven from the fabric of an ordinary world. Their memories of past cataclysms had faded into a hazy blur, a testament to the resilience, or perhaps the manipulation, of human consciousness. Among them walked a man with a deliberate stride, his presence slightly out of sync with the rustic charm of his surroundings. He entered the engineer's workshop, a hub of roll-clattering tools and the hum of innovation, where the community's brightest minds forged equipment essential for their survival and growth. The engineers, absorbed in their tasks, nodded as he approached, recognizing his intent, if not fully understanding the depth of his purpose. After spending considerable time among the schematics and metalworks, the man emerged. His appearance had transformed. Now he wore a chrome mask, sleek and reflective, hiding his features, but not his resolve. This mask, crafted with his own hands, was a shield and a symbol, a culmination of his calculations and intentions. Stepping out of the outpost, he paused to survey the expanse before him. The vast lands stretched out, untouched by his steps, yet inevitably part of his plan. As he began his solitary journey into the distance, his voice, though muffled by the mask, carried a tone of finality and satisfaction. "My calculations were perfect," Winter said, his words lingering in the air like a quiet declaration of impending change. With those words, Simon Winter set off alone, his figure a solitary silhouette against the sprawling horizon. His journey was his own, as enigmatic and profound as the calculations that propelled him. In this realm shaped by gods and tested by conflict, Winter's path was an echo of human ingenuity and determination, a thread woven into the larger tapestry of divine and mortal narratives. As the story closes on Winter's departing figure, the implications of his perfect calculations remain a mystery, poised on the brink of revelation. What unfolds next in this world, reborn from divine conflict and human resilience, is left to the imagination, a realm of possibilities as vast as the universe once shattered, and now perhaps on the cusp of restoration. Coming soon, Crimson Dawn, Season 3, Game of the Gods. The universe has shattered, the balance of power has shifted, and the gods have thrown down the gauntlet in a realm created from the ashes of a once vibrant reality. As the game unfolds, destinies intertwine and fates hang in the balance. Welcome to Crimson Dawn, Season 3, Game of the Gods, where every move is critical and the stakes are higher than ever. Which god will claim supremacy in this ultimate contest of divine will? As Lysanor, Necros, and the vampire god deploy their factions in a strategic battle for dominance, the survival of their very essence is at risk. Will the gods relinquish their power if defeated, or will the lure of supremacy drive them to unforeseen heights of manipulation and conflict? The human stronghold buzzes with life, unaware of its critical role in this celestial game. Will these communities merely serve as pawns for the supernatural factions, or will they rise as unexpected players in the quest for balanced restoration? Amidst this chaos, the brilliant and enigmatic Simon Winter continues his own mysterious mission. With the fate of his beloved Mara hanging in the balance, will Winter harness enough power to alter the course of this divine war? And what of Elder, the new alpha of the Lycans and the Necromancer? Stripped of direct divine intervention, can they adapt and survive? Or will they find their powers waning as the game intensifies? Meanwhile, familiar faces like Alex, Captain Knox, Elena, Marco, Nina and Rebecca find themselves scattered across this new world. Each of them must navigate the treacherous landscapes and alliances that form around them. Will they find each other? Or will new allegiances reshape their destinies? Captain Harris, Commander Lewis, and Samantha face their own dilemmas. As leaders of the human stronghold, their decisions could sway the tide of war. Can they protect their people and maintain hope in a world where gods play games with the very fabric of reality? Can the world ever be restored? Or will the new realm evolve into something entirely different, governed by the outcomes of this divine conflict? All these questions and more will be answered in the upcoming season of Crimson Dawn. Prepare for a season filled with intense battles, strategic alliances, and the profound drama of survival and supremacy. Join us as the game of the gods unfolds and witness the fate of a world reborn from chaos. Stay tuned for Crimson Dawn, Season 3, Game of the Gods, where the end is just the beginning.